Good afternoon. Hey, this is what it's all about. We're in the sunshine, we're in South Devon, we're in Flete Park in South Devon, and the sun is out, the crowds are in. You'll see that as our various cameras on this live stream bring us the races during this afternoon. And this is the live stream presented by the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area, live from Flete Park this afternoon. A 7-race programme we anticipate, 66 entries I think it was, starting at 2 o'clock with the members race. Have news of the members race. We've got 5 runners for that. Then as the afternoon goes on at 2:35, a restricted. That one is staged over 3 miles. I think in some places it said 2.5 miles, but 3 miles. Looking forward to Quinton's Man in that race amongst the entries, winner of a maiden at Kilworthy recently. Then at 3:10, the feature this afternoon is the 4-mile mixed open, the course and distance winner, Board of Trade, amongst the possibles for that race, and one of the horses that Ed Walker will have running at Flete this afternoon. Then an intermediate at 3:55, that is over 2.5 miles. Red Trainers Conditions race is at 4:30. Footloose, which has been in magnificent form this season, is an entry to try and continue that good form this afternoon. Then at 5:05, race 6, and at 5:35, plenty of runners in the maiden. I wonder, will Gentle Frank and Young William both line up in that? Both horses which have showed plenty of promise of late. So in the sunshine here at Flete, that is the 7-race programme. The ground officially described as being good, and I can tell you that since 11 o'clock this morning, crowds have been pouring in. So last year it took place without crowds. 2 years ago there was no point-to-pointing, so 3 years, and people certainly wanting to come back in this weather to enjoy themselves in Flete Park this afternoon. As I look up towards the main road behind me, I can tell you that cars still queuing there to get in. So the last Easter Saturday, I think they had 5,000 or 6,000 people here, so they'll be hoping for an equally large crowd this afternoon. We'll keep you informed throughout the afternoon on the live feed about what is going on. We'll see all the races. We'll in fact see a couple of pony races in just 2 seconds' time. They've taken place here already. Yeah, all in all, this is another live stream from the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area, which has been such a pioneer of this popular form of following point-to-point racing, and we look forward to bringing you all the action this afternoon. In terms of action in the Devon and Cornwall area, Pointing DC, D for Devon, C for Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk is the website to keep you informed. Right, as I've said already, and before we move on to the first race of the afternoon, let's show you the 2 pony races that have taken place here already at Flete Park today, both of them sponsored by Anthony Mildmay White. And the first of those was for ponies of 138 centimetres. There were 3 runners in this race, Colwell's Twilight, Flash and Poppet. And Mark Dennis is going to be able to describe the action for us in the first of those pony races this afternoon. In fact, he'll be doing all the action this afternoon. So let's have a look at the first of the pony races that took place here about half an hour or so ago. Here we go.
Runners are being led in, so the flag goes down and the recall is on the move. So we're away then. They jump away from the start then for this 138s and under, and it's Poppet that leads the charge away from the start, gone around about 5 lengths clear then of Colwell's Twilight, the grey on the inside of Meneth Jumping Jack Flash. These two now vie for second place and have closed the gap up on the early leader Poppet as they race out behind the trees and out towards the far end of the course. So it looks as though it's still Poppet with the advantage. Poppet's gone 3 or 4 lengths clear now, and Nicole Connors, they are 4 lengths clear then of Meneth Jumping Jack Flash, a clear second now under Archie P.S. and they've left Colwell's Twilight trailing in their wake slightly. They've gone around about 6 or 7 lengths clear of him and Eugenie Froy. So they're on the turn at the top end then, and race make this big descent down over the hill, and it's still Poppet, Nicole Connors with the advantage, still around about 4 lengths clear then of Meneth Jumping Jack Flash, who's just improving a length or two on the leader then as they race along the level. And coming along the level before they arrive at the top of the home straight. So Poppet with the advantage still from Meneth Jumping Jack Flash. They're clear then of Cornwall's Twilight as they come up the hill then. That's going to bring them into the home straight. And they've just raced a little bit wide at the bottom end of the course, but they arrive now at the home straight, and Poppet looks to be getting a little bit weary out in front, now being just had to be driven along by Nicole Connors, but is still around about 10 lengths clear then of Cornwall's Twilight and Meneth Jumping Jack Flash. These two having a good race for second, and the judge is going to have to split those two.
So that was the first of our pony races. Poppet confirmed as the winner by 12 lengths, and then a neck between the second and the third. Meneth Jumping Jack in second place, and third was Cornwall's Twilight, a time of 1 minute and 54 seconds. So that was the ponies for 138 centimetres. Our second race, and prize giving's taking place behind me as you rejoin us live on the live feed this afternoon. Dartmoor Pony Race 2 for ponies of 148 centimetres, 4 in this one, and we're going to pick them up with a circuit of the racecourse to go. Big word on the racecourse for the Green Monk in pretty pale green colours with Harry Vigers on board. Again, it's Mark Dennis describing the action.
Monk, who's gone up now to take second. Got a good run round the bend there, Harry Vigers, as they begin their run up the back straight then. And close to halfway now. So Colonel Mustard with the lead. The Green Monk in second, or half length down in second. Then on the Red Hot Chili's on the outside of Off Your Pop. And Red Hot Chili now being relegated and is just losing a bit of ground on the first three as they prepare now to race past, all right, behind the woods. So Colonel Mustard with the lead. The Green Monk, though, in close attendance, only a half length down, as we wait for them to reappear as they get to the business end of the race now. And the Green Monk has taken over for Harry Vigers, goes on by a length to Colonel Mustard in second. 4 or 5 lengths then back to Off Your Pop, another 2 to Red Hot Chili and Ella Buttery, the back marker of the 4, and around about 10 lengths off the leader then as he rounds the turn, the Green Monk. And he's around about 5 lengths clear now. Colonel Mustard also ran a little bit wide there. Off Your Pop's got a good run round the inside, saved a lot of ground there for Archie Pierce. So they're completed the descent then and race along the level. And as they do so, the Green Monk has turned this into a bit of a procession at the moment. He's well clear as he races up then into the hill to come into the top of the home straight, and the Green Monk well clear. So Harry Vigers now just looks over his shoulder. He's not going to see anything to worry about at all, and he's pushing this pony out, the Green Monk, stylishly to the line. This could be at Newmarket, Ascot or anywhere, and the Green Monk has taken the 148s. Red Hot Chili has improved and has raced into second from Colonel Mustard, the early leader, in 3, and Off Your Pop be the final one to finish in 4.
So confirmation there, and our commentator getting quite excited about the Green Monk and his success there. Time 2:38. The distance is perhaps unsurprisingly given as a distance and 12 lengths. Harry Vigers successful on the Green Monk, confirming Red Hot Chili second, Colonel Mustard third, and Off Your Pop in fourth. Earlier on, Poppet and Nicole Connors successful in the 138 centimetres. And the winning riders are with us on the live stream from the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area right now. Well done, both of you. Congratulations. Nicole, let's have a word with you first of all. As they say to winners, talk us through it. How did it all go for you?
Well, I had a good start, and then
Get nice and close to the mic so we can hear you.
I had a good start, and then I just carried on through the race, and then she was just cruising down the hill, and then just pushed on later on when we went past the road, and then she just stayed in front, and then we were in front the whole way.
And tell us how steep that last bit of the race course is, because it's quite testing, isn't it, the very closing stages?
Yes, it's not the steepest I've been up, but it is steep, but not really steep.
And Nicole, you're 13 years old. Do you aspire to be the next Rachel Blackmore? Do you aspire to be a professional jockey in the future?
Yeah, I'd like to, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well, that's good and modest. You'll take every race at the time. That's absolutely the right expression. Let's bring Harry in as well. Harry, get nice and close to the mic as well. Our commentator was getting very excited, and after that, was that you've only just acquired this horse this pony quite recently?
Yeah, it was my first ride on him, so we knew it was important to get him to settle in behind and do his race the right way round. And yeah, he did exactly what we wanted him to do.
And when he made that ground, that was just so you went past the area where the large crowd is. I think you were fourth of the four, and you made up the ground in an extraordinarily quick amount of time.
Thank you. Yeah, he's proper bred horse, so he's bred to be a national hunt horse, so he's bred to be fast.
Just remind us of his breeding.
He is a Yates out of a Sindar mare, so he's.
So Yates has, in 7 days, has won the Grand National and Division 2 of the ponies at Flete Park.
Yeah, he's had an impressive 7 days.
I'm sure he's very proud of both of them.
Yeah.
And what about, you suddenly find yourself miles in front, but that's of course the time when things can, you've got to keep on your mettle at that stage, haven't you? Because things can sometimes go wrong spectacularly when you're miles in front.
Yeah, we knew that he's going to have tougher races in the future, so we knew that it was important to teach him to do proper racing, and yeah, he's impressed us all today.
And you walked the course beforehand. What did you learn about Flete Park when you walked round?
That top bend's quite tight, the one turning into the home straight, and yeah, that was a bit of a tight turn, but yeah, it's a nice course. It's a good course. And
Nicole has got aspirations to be a professional jockey one day. I'm guessing that you've probably got something similar. Big smile comes on your face when I ask that.
The next Frankie Dettori is the plan.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah,
right.
That's the plan.
Well, there's nothing wrong with modest modest ambitions. So, would you like to go more on the flat than over jumps?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, if I can keep light enough, the flat's the plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent, and you've had a good season, and you've both had a great time today. So, and the crowd, they got right behind you in the close. Did you hear them? Everyone cheering for you through the closing stages?
Yeah, they're a noisy crowd today.
Yeah, Nicole, you noticed them as well, did you? Yeah. Well, well done both of you, and thanks very much for joining us on the live stream today. And best of luck for the future.
Thank you.
Next Frankie Dettori and the next Rachel Blackmore, I hope.
Thank you very much.
Or maybe it'll be Hayley Turner or someone like that. But lovely to see you both with us on the live stream this afternoon. And a small round of applause for our first guest of the afternoon, quite rightly so as well. So thanks to Ari Vigers, who won Division 2 of the pony race on the Green Monk. What a week for Yates. And thanks as well to Nicole Connors, who won the first division of the pony races. And as the paddock announcer said a few moments ago, in some respects, those two races are the most important races of the afternoon, because it's people like Harry and Nicole who will hopefully be coming back to Flete Park, or indeed going to Ascot or Newmarket or Cheltenham or Aintree in the future as they grow up. But they will have honed their skills on afternoons in the sunshine at Flete like this. So well done to both of those. Right, we move on to our first race proper of the afternoon. First of the runners just appearing in the paddock now, One Tree Hill. And I tell you what, it's in terms of name of races, it's my favourite named race of the afternoon. A salon called Fish, members, subscribers and farmers race. It's the hunt race for the Dartmoor Hunt. And we're going to have, I think we're having 5 runners in this first race. And I think we've got a little caption to tell us what the runners and riders are for our first race of the afternoon. There we are. Number 3, Burning Desire. Another son of a great stallion, Galileo in Burning Desire's case. And the Trenier family well represented in this race. And it's Michael Trenier riding number 3, Burning Desire. Then number 6, One Tree Hill, Pippa Glanville, another family horse. One Tree Hill, that's just appeared in the paddock now. Then 7, Ragged Dream, another. It's all as you'd expect, I suppose, local families, massive supporters of hunting and point-to-pointing in this part of the southwest of England, all represented here. Number 7, Ragged Dream, runs with Tamby Welch on board that one. 8, Skylander, a winner on the course last year. Otis Morgan rides Skylander, number 8. And number 9, the grey Syracuse's Dream, is ridden by Barney Trenier. So those are 5 runners for the Dartmoor Foxhounds Hunt member subscribers and farmers race. It's race 1. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. and I tell you what, Syracuse's Dream, you'll be able to spot that during the race as a grey horse, but there is a minor change of colours. The cap on that particular Trenier runner is green and gold rather than green and red. So those are the horses for the first, and they are beginning to arrive in the paddock, and we will be looking at them in the paddock. Just going through the picture, there is Skylander. In just a moment or two's time, there's Syracuse's Dream as well. At which point, though, let's bring in Simon Knott, who's our betting reporter extraordinaire, as always, this afternoon. Oh, you've discarded your jacket. You're wearing the smartest tweed jacket I've seen for ages.
Far too much clobber on today. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely lovely. And you and I were both here at Fleet this day last year when it all took place. I think it was quite a nice day as well. Yeah. However, no crowds. Yeah. And good buzz last year, but this year, compare and contrast.
Yeah, what a difference today. It's fantastic. Picnics are out, people are here. Brilliant. Really brilliant to be here.
And as I look up towards the main road, the traffic has cleared on the main road. Certainly, if you know anyone who is liable to be driving between Ivy Bridge and Brixton, I think it is, down there, they want to avoid the area around Flete Park this afternoon. A lot of traffic, a lot of people want to come in and enjoy themselves in the sunshine. Did I give the going earlier on? It is good ground for the runners here this afternoon. So we've got 5 in the first. A bit of idea about the betting?
Yeah, Skylander's the hot favourite. Bottle on, odds on 1 to 2. Burning Desire 7 to 1. One Tree Hill and Ragged Dream 4 to 1. Syracuse's Dream 7 to 2. But it's all about Skylander at the moment. But that was early skirmishes, but they're really busy already, and also it's clashing with Newton Abbot today, so a lot of the bookmakers are short of staff. There's a few there that are just one-handed and they're already struggling, so they'll be kept busy today for the first time in a long time, I think.
Well, these racecourses and point-to-point racecourses in Devon, they love a bit of competition. So it's Newton Abbot up against Flete Park. It was due to be Exeter against Buckfast Lee earlier on in the year, and I think, unfortunately, Buckfast Lee was abandoned because of the weather. Yeah. And I think at Exeter races, they breathed a sigh of relief. They might get a decent crowd.
Yeah, well, they went up against Cheltenham for their last meeting of the year, so they don't mind a David and Goliath, do they, Exeter either?
No,
so.
Absolutely. And you've got your furry microphone on your breast pocket there, so will we have 1 or 2 reports from the betting ring?
I should try and get a bookmaker each race to say something about how they're getting on.
Well, we better let you go off and find your bookmakers. Thanks to Simon Knott, who'll be keeping us informed throughout the afternoon. Right, an opportunity to move on to our next camera now and to look at the runners in the paddock for our first race of this afternoon in the sunshine here. And there we are. And there is number 4. Let's stick with Flash Gorkham. No, that wasn't number 4. We'll just... I think I was just having a little bit of number dyslexia there. Syracuse's Dream coming through, Ragged Dream just coming through the picture as well. But let's stick with Syracuse's Dream here. 11-year-old grey horse for the Treniers. Deborah trains this one. The Trenier family, great supporters of this part of the world. Good old horse for the Treniers. Form figures at Fleet. Of pulled up, then 2, 2, 2, 3, and then a couple of 1s and an F. So, yeah, this horse likes the track here. Has busy season on, softer than ideal. Has been generally well beaten, Syracuse's Dream. But with the record that he's got around here, he's a good old boy, is Syracuse's Dream. He likes the turf so much that he wanted a nibble, and he's in the paddock along with the others. Let's stick with number 6 there now. One Tree Hill. This for the Glanville family. Made a good promising start in maiden races at Great Trethewey and Kilworthy, when 3rd and 4th this horse this season. Great Trethewey was 2.5 miles, Kilworthy was 3 miles, and he'll be better for that experience, will the number 6, One Tree Hill. So looking forward to seeing him in action this afternoon. Then over in the far distance, we'll let that one just get, let's have a look at number 3, which is Burning Desire. And Burning Desire, this 11-year-old, son of Galileo, and actually good breeding on all sides, but demonstration that good breeding doesn't always work. Deborah Trenier pulled up in most of his latest races, most recently in a pretty good maiden race at Maysmore in March of 2021. Years ago, started his point-to-point career with 2 second places in 2.5-mile maidens at Fleet, ridden by Bryony Frost, no less, in 2017. And just have a listen. The Treniers have Burning Desire now. The Frosts have had him. Tommy Stack has had him. Mike de Kock, the South African ace, has had him. And Richard Hughes has had him as well. So, Burning Desire, he's number 3. He hasn't necessarily lived up to expectations, but great to see him here this afternoon. Just confirmation of our sponsor in the first race, a salon called Fish. The sponsor, a hairstylist 8 miles away in Ivy Bridge. And lovely to see them supporting the racing here at Flete Park this afternoon. And there is Burning Desire. So we've seen Burning Desire in the paddock. We've seen One Tree Hill in the paddock. We've seen Syracuse's Dream. So let's see if we can... There, number 7 over, just going off to... Yeah, there we are. Number 7 is Ragged Dream for the Welch family. Hasn't run for 2 years plus, but most recently showed plenty of tenacity to win a hunt race. And that was at Buckfastleigh in March 2020, beating Skylander on that occasion. So it'll be interesting to see how, after a long break, Ragged Dream gets on this afternoon. And the only other of our 5 hopefuls for the first race is Skylander, number 8. The riders have joined us in the paddock. It's striking, there's a lot of green about the colours. And in fact, 2 caps are very, very similar indeed. The Syracuse Dream cap is very, very similar to the colours very similar to the Ragged Dream colours, but I know Mark will pick them out okay. Skylander number 8 then is the other one that we want to see, and there he is. He's 13 years old. He's by Flemansfirth, proper jumping pedigree for Skylander. Annabelle Bacon trains, qualified via the Dartmoor, races for the Dartmoor Racing Club. Has always run well at Fleet when getting round, and is a course and distance winner. Last season was in the fray when unseating the rider in the conditions race this day last year, and then won the novice riders at the next meeting in memorable style. Remember, that was the race that it was Otis who's on board today, Otis Morgan. It was the race run in memory of his sister. And he may be a veteran Skylander, but he's demonstrated he's no back number. Decent efforts so far this season. Used to be trained not so very long ago by David Pipe. I think had Skylander, didn't he? Yeah, I'm sure he did. There'll be 1 or 2 horses in this part of the world racing in point-to-points that once upon a time were with David Pipe. Pipe team, big supporters of all kinds of jump racing particularly in the southwest of England. So jockeys just being given the signal to mount, and they will be leaving the paddock shortly. There you've got, that's if you like, One Tree Hill, the blue colours with the lighter sleeves, the very blue colours there of Skylander, and that is the confirmatory signal behind me that the riders should go out onto the track. They will be led out onto the track by number 7 Ragged Dream. That's Syracuse's Dream. And we'll get news of the second race shortly, but there they are going out. Ragged Dream leading out One Tree Hill. And if we can just stick with that shot, we'll see next one to come out will be, gave you a good idea of the blue skies here. There's Syracuse's Dream coming out. As I say, plenty of green about these colours. But that's Syracuse's Dream. I think if you like that one, you want to be looking out for the grey colour of the horse. There's Skylander, and the last one out is Burning Desire. So the horses making their way towards the 3 mile start. Of the 9 entries that were made for this race, we have got 5 runners, and just confirmation. Tell you what, if we've got that caption again, we'll just play that, show you that caption again, confirming the runners for the first of our races. There we are. So 3 Burning Desire, take out 1 and 2, but 3 Burning Desire runs with Michael Trenier. Take out 4 and 5. Then we've got One Tree Hill with Pippa Glanville, Ragged Dream with Tamby Welch, Skylander and Otis Morgan. Otis, who was acting as groom earlier on in one of the pony races, leading up one of the ponies in the 2 races that took place earlier in the day. And then the last of our runners is number 9, Syracuse's Dream. And what's nice about this race, 2 Treniers, a Glanville, a Welch and a Morgan. Everyone knows each other well. It will be a proper hunt race, just the sort of thing which people really enjoy, and which is absolutely at the root of point-to-point racing. These horses qualified, all of them, via the Dartmoor Hunt, and this is indeed the Dartmoor Foxhounds point-to-point in Flete Park. There'll be point-to-point racing here again a fortnight today. They have 2 meetings during April, and they'll be back in a fortnight's time. And I can say to you that if you've never been to Flete, and you haven't been to you want to add to the list of those tracks that you haven't been to, Flete is well worth trying to tick off at some point, especially if you've got a day like today. I don't know if we can just use one of our aerial cameras to give us an idea of the crowd. The horses are at the start, as you can see, but let's just, Simon's just been having a look at the crowd via his video camera, and I think just to give you an idea of what the atmosphere is like here this afternoon, can we play that in and just have a look and see? Yeah, there we are. So that gives you, last year that was empty, no crowds. This year, that is the type of atmosphere. We have bookmakers here as well, and despite racing taking place at Newton Abbot as well, the fact is that people here want to get out in the sunshine and support something that is really local, all the heritage involved with point-to-pointing in Devon and Cornwall. And there are the bookmakers doing a reasonable amount of business, and will be doing more business, no doubt, as the afternoon goes on. So, and in fact, Simon's busy in the betting ring, and we'll hear from one of the bookmakers in a second. He's actually just with us now. Those pictures taken a few moments ago, and I'm going to get Simon just to quickly rattle through the betting for our first race.
Yeah, right. Burning Desire, the big drifter, 16-1. One Tree Hill is the one they've backed, 4-1 into 2-1. Ragged Dream, 5-1. Skylander's Week, 1-2 at 4-6. But the bookies think it's because the punters, the sort of punters here, don't like betting the odds on, so that might be value for the bigger punters. And Syracuse's Dream is out to 11-2. So One Tree Hill's the one they've backed. Skylander could be the value, but still odds on.
Interesting. Well, they are just about ready to go for our first race this afternoon. Flags are raised, so let's join Mark Dennis for commentary on the first.
Here at Flete Park, and towards the first of their 18 fences, 3 miles of journey, and they're over safely. Ragged Dreams just taking it up, goes on by a length as they quickly disappear behind the trees. Syracuse's Dream was also up in the front rank. Syracuse's Dream now, though, has taken over, just gone a length clear as they take the next end. Ragged Dream, though, jumps into the lead and goes on by about a length and a half now. Skylander is up on the outside of Syracuse's Dream. There's a gap of about 2, maybe 3 lengths back then to Burning Desire. And One Tree Hill, the back marker, as they take the turn then. That brings them back towards us and begin their descent down over this big hill. here at Flete Park. Big feature, this big descent. They've almost completed it now, and now race along the level for our plain fence before they come into the home straight. So Ragged Dream, jockey Tammy Welsh tells me he's been eventing until about a week and a half ago, where he was aimed up for the members race here this afternoon. Ridden a fair bit by his sister Hannah. So they race into the home straight then and on towards another plain fence, fence number 4 then. So they cross it, they're all over it safely, and now race along the level into the home straight and past the judge. Syracuse's Dream back in second, Skylander is 3. Gap of about 5 lengths then back to One Tree Hill, and Burning Desire and Michael Trenier, the back marker. As they cross the next then, another plain fence comes up before they leave the home straight then. Leaders are safely out over it, and now race right-handed. So Michael Trenier, Barney Welsh and Tammy Welsh are all cousins, 2 brothers and a cousin in this race, and so a little bit of family rivalry as they aim up then for the open ditch for the first time. Racing towards it now, and out over Ragged Dream. Jumped it nicely for Tammy Welsh. Length clear then of Skylander, partnered by Otis Morgan. Otis just had the 1 point-to-point winner here last season, the second meeting here, and won the race in memory of his sister on that occasion, and favourite to follow up now as they've completed the circuit then and take another plain fence. Burning Desire just becoming a little detached from the other 4, and just give them a shake of the reins on landing after that fence then, as they just about to reappear from behind the trees. So Ragged Dream with a length advantage over Skylander and Syracuse's Dream. These 3 jump and land, and they're around about 5 or 6 lengths clear then of One Tree Hill, Pippa Glanville, and an increasing deficit back to Burning Desire. So they're on the turn then once more at the top end of the top of the hill, and making their way back towards us once more. So Ragged Dream still the nominated front runner, Syracuse's Dream on the inside, and Skylander a little bit wider out as they complete the descent then, and now race along the level to take this plain fence at the bottom end of the course. And all 4 of the front rank have safely over it. Burning Desire comes to it now, jumps it well enough. That's still just being ridden along there by Michael Trenier. Michael got a brace of point-to-point winners to his name, as the leaders that are on to what will be the final fence in the circuit's time then. And things bubbling up nicely in this members race. Burning Desire just comes to it now, and the Persuader is up for this one. So they pass the judge then, circuit left to race. And Syracuse's Dream now takes it up and heads towards these 2 plain fences at the top of the home straight. Out over safely, Ragged Dream, Skylander and One Tree Hill. Travels well at the back for Pippa Glanville at the moment. Burning Desire still has a desire to continue, albeit under strong pressure from Michael Trenier, as the quartet then head out into the country for the final time in this members race. So Ragged Dream and Skylander, Syracuse's Dreams a length back in 3, and One Tree Hill, Pippa Glanville just a little bit lower in the saddle now on this one, as they sort themselves out for the open ditch for the final time then. And Skylander now has hit the front, goes a length and a half clear of Syracuse's Dream. One Tree Hill moves smoothly into 3rd from the struggling Ragged Dream. So we look back, I think Burning Desire's just taken a ditch now and continues. So they race on then to the final plain fence in the back straight, and Outlander with the advantage, about 2 lengths clear now of Syracuse's Dream, who now comes under strong pressure from Barney Trenier, as they wait for them to reappear from behind the trees. And as they do so, it is Skylander still with about a length and a half in hand. One Tree Hill on the outside of Syracuse's Dream, and good jump there by One Tree Hill, and keeps it within about a length and a half of the leader. These three, the rest have been pulled up by the looks of it, as they now reach the top of the hill and sweep right-handed to make the descent for the final time then. So Skylander and Otis Morgan looking for career winner number 2 from One Tree Hill and Pippa Glanville. Giving chase in second. Back in 3, Syracuse's Dream, as they complete the descent then and race along the level then and on towards this second last. 2 out coming up then for these 3. They come to it now. Skylander out over. One Tree Hill in second. Syracuse's Dream back in 3 as they continue up there, back up the hill then back into the home straight, and Skylander, Otis Morgan still with the advantage. One Tree Hill now hard ridden back in second. Skylander comes to the final fence, gets in a little bit tight but got away from it well. Otis Morgan looks over his shoulder and he's going to see he's got about 6 lengths in hand over Syracuse's Dream, who's finishing well on the outside of One Tree Hill, and they are closing. Whether the judge will have to split them, so they're all there in a pretty much a line. The judge will confirm.
So it turned out to be pretty close. We just want confirmation from the judge of the 1, 2, 3. It did look, didn't it, as though the Otis Morgan ridden Skylander was okay and was going to win all right, but then the other 2 bore down. I tell you, there's a round of applause for one of the later finishers now, and that's Ragged Dream just finishing. Gets a generous round of applause from the large crowd. I'll tell you what, I hope you like the shots of the horses coming up past the crowded enclosures area with the circuit to go. You've got a right idea of how many people are here at Fleet this afternoon. You know, Epsom's got all those double-decker buses and people either side. Cartmel in Cumbria's got something pretty similar. But my goodness, that was absolutely tremendous in terms of the shots of the crowd. We haven't got confirmation of the result from the judge just yet. Plenty of water being thrown over the horses at the end of that race, and you can see Syracuse's Dream, which has run an excellent race. Syracuse's Dream's rider Barney Frenier just joining in the watering process. Buckets of water being poured over these horses. It is a warm day and they have given their all over quite a long period. Let's just we'll watch the closing stages in just a second, but I think I just want confirmation from the judge of the result. Quite rightly, those involved with Syracuse's Dream keeping that one moving. Right, we're just getting confirmation of the judge's result, and that is coming from the judge very shortly. And Skylander held on all right. So Skylander has held on for victory in our first race this afternoon. Second year running that the horse has been successful at Fleet, though it was at the second fixture at which he was successful last year, Skylander. So Skylander, our winner. Let's have a look at how he did it. Look at the closing stages
One Tree Hill
of
on the
race.
outside of
We pick it up, jump the third last. He'd taken, Otis had sent the horse to the front, just looking round to see where the horse that was well supported, One Tree Hill, was. As they go through that gap, very much a feature here, heading now in the replay towards the second last. So at this stage, clearly only 3 are in it, but it does look as though they go downhill at this point, as though Skylander is going to win pretty comprehensively through that gap, and that's a good advantage to hold, isn't it? And through that gap, and One Tree Hill is being urged along by the rider over that one, and he's got quite a decent advantage at this point. And they're coming quite steeply uphill. That's quite striking. Plenty of people here were walking the course earlier on, and they'll have got a real idea of how steep these closing stages are. Here's the last. Good jump here. So what's that advantage? That is a considerable advantage, isn't it, from One Tree Hill, and then Syracuse's Dream, the grey horse, in third. And running up between the crowds here, the leader's clearly tired and getting lonely, and the second and third were finishing well, but in the end we've got confirmation that Skylander has held on for victory. Well done to Otis Morgan, who has won that one. Skylander, trained by Annabelle Bacon, qualified via the Dartmoor Hunt, obviously, and owned by the Dartmoor Racing Club. And that was our first winner in the sunshine at Fleet this afternoon. Success coming then for Skylander. So we've got news now of the second race taking place here this afternoon. This is the 2:35 race. I can tell you the 3 mile, the race card says 2.5, but it was 3 miles. It is 3 miles. It's the Wayne Holmes restricted race, and obviously One Tree Mill doesn't run again, so that was number 4 on the list of runners. But everyone else does. So we've got one Caught in Flight with Annabelle Duman, Honest Opinion and Darren Edwards, King's Key and Matt Hampton. Then we've got, I think, this really intriguing Quintin's Man and Darren Andrews. Sake of Secrecy, Josh Newman riding that one. And Swift Native with Martin McIntyre, Fly McIntyre, on board that one. Sake of Secrecy featured on the Go Pointing website this week, and in the newsletter that Go Pointing sends out, gopointing.co.uk, well worth a look, and featured particularly because he is just short of 100 career point-to-point wins. I think he's on 98. And there'll be one or two that think Sake of Secrecy has got a real chance here. Look at those pictures of the inside of the track at Fleet. Bookmakers' umbrellas up, not because of rain, but because of sunshine, just to keep them in the shade. And that is an idea of the crowd on the outside, inside of the track. And there, oh, I love that. Well done with that camera shot. So you are now on the far side, the main road side of the racecourse. Sort of below will be the far side of the track from the enclosures. But look at the number of cars in there, and plenty of cars, glinting windscreens, glinting in the sunshine, giving a real idea of how many people are here this afternoon, really looking to support the Dartmoor point-to-point at Flete Park and return to point-to-point racing after this long break. Well, joining us now is Simon Knott, to talk us through the last race. So it turned out Skylander had just held on. You've got some starting prices.
Well, it's returned 4 to 5. So like the bookmaker was saying, the people didn't want to back it because they're all holiday-making sort of crowd, they're not professional punters. So the bookmakers knocked it out to 4 to 5, but a serious punter here could really get some good value. The one they did want to bet was One Tree Hill, which finished second, 4 to 1 into 2 to 1.
Right.
The bookmaker I spoke to made Skylander a 2 to 5 shot, and it's gone off 4 to 5. So you know.
So just confirm to it.
Yes. Skylander was 4 to 5. And One Tree Hill was returned 2 to 1.
And a few quid flying around in the
it's really busy down there. Lots of small bets, but people really having fun, getting involved, having a bet, just like it used to be in the good old days. The good old days are back.
Well, I know your camera will be down there in a few seconds' time, just to give us a flavour from one of the bookmakers. Yeah. Any word that you've heard as far as later on is concerned? Any horse that people are really talking about?
No, not really. I think this is a day when bookmakers will be bookmakers, and they just take what's coming, make a book, and hopefully go away winning a few quid. There's lots of business down there today. Really good.
Excellent. Well, we'll look forward to your next report from the betting ring. So confirmation of the starting prices on our first race at Fleet this afternoon. A Salon called Fish hunt race, and it was won by number 8 Skylander, returned as the 5 to 4 on favourite. Second, number 6 One Tree Hill, well backed at 2 to 1, and in that race there were 5 runners in all. So you are bang up to date. This a live stream presented by the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area. and the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area has been very much at the forefront of these live streams. You remember the live streams of last season, and they were a necessity when crowds weren't allowed in. Well, we've been doing a few of them around and about in the D&C area during this season, and there'll be another one from this venue in a fortnight's time. But I hope it's given you an idea, and especially today, it should give you a really good idea of exactly what is happening. You're able to see the races. You're able to see the excitement there at the end of the hunt race, where, oh my goodness, was Skylander actually going to hold on? Which he certainly did. So we'll be here all afternoon, keeping you in touch. We've got races through until, I think the last is around about 5:35. In the meanwhile, I think we can we join Simon back in the betting ring?
Right, Richard, you're my go-to bookie. I asked you before the race, it was 2-5 the winner, and you said you'd be very surprised if it got beat, and it's gone off at 4-5. Now, what do you do in a situation like that? Do you chase it out, or did you go for it?
No, I went for it. I kept it on my side. Once I've made up my mind, I'm pretty much, unless I hear something that changes my mind, I'll just stick with my opinion. Would you go the other way and jump off the stool and help yourself when it gets that sort of price? I didn't today. In certain circumstances I would, but today the money's good enough on the other horses that I can have it winning plenty in the book. So
brilliant. Whatever, Rich. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Everything going on in the betting ring as the afternoon progresses. We'll have, in fact, we've got the first of the horses just appearing in the paddock now for our second race, and we'll be having a good look at them in just a moment or two's time. In the meanwhile, let's reflect on our first race this afternoon before we get involved in race 2, won by Skylander, trained by Annabelle Bacon, who's been good enough to join us now. Get nice and close to the mic so we can hear you. Well, that was good, even if it was a tiny bit more dramatic than perhaps we anticipated it was going to be.
No, absolutely, it was a great result. Result. The horse is an absolute hero. He's 13 and knows his job, and Otis has done great. He's second win on him, and yeah, it's amazing.
And I suppose he's getting a bit tired towards the end, and a bit lonely.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And the other two are sensing.
He looks after himself, I think. But no, Otis rode him really, really well, and Otis works hard. He's at school and comes and rides out whenever he can, and he's absolutely. That's
quite a juggling act, isn't it?
Definitely.
So presumably he's got A-levels in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
And equally he wants to hone his skills in the saddle.
No, absolutely. He's got four with us, and so he's got a nice maiden which goes on Monday to Cothelson, an unraced maiden, he's.
What's that called?
It's called Getaway in Milan. Came over from Ireland.
Can we guess what it's by?
Yeah, exactly. She's a lovely mare, and then he's got Alternative later on today.
So an Alternative's going to run later on.
Yeah.
Because he was in that first race as well,
exactly,
wasn't he?
He runs in the conditions later on.
And Skylander obviously likes this track, doesn't he?
Yeah,
because
he loves it.
Although I think when he's got round here, I think once he didn't get round, did he? But when he's got round here, and it is a horses for courses type track? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so. And I think a horse, especially like Skylander, who's 13, you've got to keep him sweet and take him up into the woods. And where we train, we go up twice a week to Neil Mulholland's Gallop, and so he goes in lorry twice a week, and he enjoys it. And it's just keeping him sweet and happy, and he's a lovely horse.
And as well as having 4 for Otis, who's got the biggest cup you've ever seen, who's going to join us in a second. You come and join in, Otis. Hold up the cup so we can see. Yeah, don't worry about the. There we are. Can we? Oh no, do it again. We just didn't get as good a shot. Let's get a lovely big shot and get nice and close. Well, Otis, we were just saying it turned out to be a tiny bit more dramatic than it looked as though it was going to be at the last. Getting nice and close to the mic.
There we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. It certainly did. I mean, I knew he would jump this course beautifully. Of course, he won here last year, and he suited the ground perfectly today. And we were in a great position, as you said, and I kept him handy, I guess. And one thing I knew was I had to hold his head down the hill. And at that very moment on the last lap, they did start to creep in, which I noticed. But then I kept him going along the hill and jumped the last. I think we were in good contention at that point. I mean, I had Barney and Pippa behind me, giving me quite a good ride.
And then did you just get a bit? Did the horse get just a bit tired and a bit lonely in front?
In front? Well, possibly. I think. Also, it might have been me too. I'll be honest. I had a look round.
Little cheeky look round.
I had a look, thinking, right, where is this? Last year here I had a look and I couldn't see anyone. So I thought I'd better check again, and they were right there.
You're very I remember you last year. You're very self-analytical or self-critical, aren't you?
It's all right. I mean, I like to have a look back at the race and just see how I can improve or something, or take away the goods and also the places that need to be improved. But nothing to improve with Skylander. He's fantastic.
And he is.
Brilliant.
How old is he? He's 12-year-old, is he now?
13.
Yeah, absolutely.
13, yeah.
And we were just talking before you came over with your lovely gleaming cup about juggling school studies and riding in point-to-points.
Yeah.
Discuss.
It's week and weekends.
Right.
Week for the riding and weekends. No, I'm just kidding. It's just week for the school and then weekends up at Annie and Josh's.
What are you studying?
I'm studying geography, philosophy and business.
Well, now you say you're studying philosophy, you know why you're self-critical. And you've got another ride later on alternative?
Yes, I have him in the 5+5.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
And final thought, the sort of a lot of the local families involved, your family, the Triniers, the Welches,
all of us,
etc. So the Glanvilles as well.
Yeah.
So how much fun was that members' race today?
It is great fun. I mean, it's so nice to be around with the boys. You'll pass them riding around, I don't know, whichever fence or whichever galloping area of the course you're on. You'll have a chat with. I had a chat with Tamby, or I'll pass Barney and say hello. So it's nice to be riding in a race with people you know. Not only that, but they're my neighbours. I know them very well.
It's a proper hunt race.
I bet it's some proper rivalry though, so I bet.
It is, yeah, a bit of competition there,
definitely. Yeah, so you're really quite pleased to have hung on there.
yeah.
Excellent. Well, look, well done today. Best of luck later on.
Thank you.
And keep up that philosophy.
Thank you very much.
That's great. Excellent. Lovely to hear. Well done both. Well done to Otis and to Annabelle as well. Otis was just about to join us in the camera shot, but he's going to go around the back of the camera now to show off this, I have to say, very impressive trophy that he has won. Right, we can now move on to race 2 at Flete this afternoon. Really warm afternoon. It's absolutely lovely, and we showed those shots earlier on of people on the bank over on my left-hand side and enjoying themselves, and the sun glinting on the windscreens. And I'll tell you what, anyone who hasn't, in fact, there are lots of open doors because there are lots of dogs as well here. But it's one of those days that you get in the car at the end of the day and it could be very warm indeed. As we move on, as I say, to race 2, have we got a nice caption with the runners and riders for our second race? There we have. So those are the horses for the second race. Number 1 caught in flight with Annabelle riding that one. And the colours you'll be looking out for, basically white. Ed Walker trains. He came walking around here yesterday. He's going to have a few runners this afternoon. 2 Honest Opinion with Darren Edwards. Sort of basically very dark colours for Honest Opinion. 3 King's Key with Matt Hampton. Blue and orange the colours with King's Key. Then 4 is out. 4 is the only non-runner here. So 5 is Quintin's Man, really interested in this one. Basically red colours with some yellow. 6, and that's Darren Andrews. 6, Sake of Secrecy. White colours with some black about them as well, black chevrons, that's Josh Newman. And Neil McLean, who's had a good start to the season in the Trainers' Championship for less than 7 runners. Sake of Secrecy for Neil McLean and Josh Newman, number 6. And Swift Native, number 7 on your cards. And it's, I don't think that was jocked up on the website, etc. It's Martin McIntyre, dark blue with lighter blue, the colours for that one. This is, we'll give it its full title, the Wayne Holmes Restricted, over a distance of 3 miles, 7 entries, 6 runners, and everyone thanking Wayne Holmes, national house builders based in this part of the world, for its support of our restricted race this afternoon. We'll have news of the betting in a moment. There's King's Key. King's Key is a 7-year-old by the stallion of the moment, Yates. Have to say, we say Yates, the stallion of the moment. It was at that precise moment, those involved with Yates that won the pony race walked into my eye line. So Yates has already had a good afternoon at Flete, and that could continue with King's Key, number 3. This one trained by Matt Hampton, owned by Laura Clayton, qualified via the Blackmore and Spartford Vale. Everything worked out well. He won his maiden at Cherrybrook this time last year. Has run with credit a couple of times this season, particularly last time when 3rd in a restricted at Badbury won by the currently prolific His Own Star, with another winner in second place as well. So that's probably pretty good form. And number 3, King's Key. Right, who we got now? We're on, that's Caught in Flight, I think, isn't it? Number 1, Caught in Flight, 10-year-old mare by Court Cave. Busy old season. Is owned by the trainer, by Ed Walker and his wife, Polly Gundry. They're going to be parading Santini here later on. Not absolutely sure what time that parade is taking place. I hope very much it hasn't taken place while I wasn't watching. I don't think it did. And Caught in Flight has won 1 out of 28 points. That was on heavy ground in Wales in April 2018. So hasn't won for a bit. Most recently showed up for quite a long way when 3rd of 3 finishes in a similar race to this at Cotley in March. So that's Caught in Flight. So number 7 there, Swift Native, coming towards us. Good shots of, well, maybe, yeah. Oh, there he is. Even better shots of Swift Native. She's a 10-year-old mare. She's by Marla. Marilyn Bracher is the trainer. And Marilyn and Robert, the owners of this one, qualified via the Sevington Hunt. Won an Irish point-to-point as a 5-year-old. That was in 2017. Was with Nick Gifford for a time. It showed up okay before falling in a restricted at Cotley in March. That race in which Caught in Flight finished in 3rd. And that's Caught in Flight just behind. So we've dealt with those 2. Who's next through? Number 6. Let's stick with Sake of Secrecy. And Sake of Secrecy is by El Salvador. This is the one trained by Neil McLean. And qualified as well with the Sevington. Eye catcher first 2 times, went 5th and 4th, despite some jumping blunders. Sake of Secrecy. Like the way he wouldn't be denied when beating a highly regarded Chris Barber runner at Great Trethewey a couple of times ago. Into a restricted last time, well beaten 3rd. Beaten by a couple of decent horses though. And might easily have had a hard enough winning. Certainly can expect better today. Sake of Secrecy, as Simon joins us on the mic with me now. So what have you got? What's the latest from the betting ring?
Was what they describe as a good betting race. Quinton's Man 5-4, King's Key 7-4, Honest Opinion 5-2. Sake of Secrecy 4-1, Sweet Native 16, and Caught in Flight 8. Really busy, plenty of runners. They're queuing up nearly as big as they are for the ice creams down there.
I'm sure
the ice cream's having it spark off.
What about Quinton's Man? So just confirm the price
Quinton's
of that
is
one.
The favourite. It was around 5-4, but if you shop around, you get bigger. But the thing is with it, when it's that busy, they tend not to push the prices out much because they're too busy. So you're not going to, it's steady, really steady betting, proper bookmaking.
So just go through them for us once again in betting order.
Yeah, Quinton's Man is the favourite. Closely followed by King's Key, depending who you look at, 6-4, 13-8, 7-4. So there's plenty of values to shop around for. Honest Opinion 5-2 or 11-4. Sake of Secrecy 4-1. Caught in Flight 8, and the one they don't really want, Sweet Native at 16.
Excellent, and that makes up the 6 runners for our second race here this afternoon. Simon's scurrying back to the betting ring, and we'll no doubt have another report from him from the betting ring in a moment or two's time. Maybe he can do a compare and contrast of the business around the bookmakers and the business for the ice cream vans as we go back, take you back into the paddock now, and we're looking for number 5, Quinton's Man, number 5. There we are. Comes into shot at exactly the right moment. Let's stick with him. He's a 5-year-old by Shea Pirelli, trained by John Hurd, qualified via the South Tetcott Hunt, and owned by the trainer and friend. Got his act together well to win a maiden at Kilworthy last month, ridden by Darren Andrews. Won Tree Hill that ran well in the first race here today. Was 4th on that occasion, and actually I think looked as though the experience would still do him good. So here's a horse, just took a bit of time to get his act together, did Quinton's Man. Won last time, will have gained from that experience. So not surprisingly, number 5, your favourite, here this afternoon. And we're going to pick up now, I think. The other one I just want to have a look at in here is number 2, Honest Opinion. Honest Opinion, the rider in the black and gold colours. Number 2 over at the back of our shot at the moment. So let's, he's going to appear in the shot any second now. There he is. She is, apologies. She's a mare by Black Sam Bellamy. She's an 8-year-old trained by Dean Summersby. Had a good Hunter Chase winner over the last few days. Qualified via the Spooners and West Dartmoor. Owned by a syndicate. Shaped up well in maidens at Wadebridge. Not too soft. And Buckfast Lee pretty soft. And then won a 2.5 mile maiden race at Great Trethewey. When led, lost the lead at the last and grabbed the initiative again late on from the slightly wayward leader to win by a neck. Well beaten subsequently. But clearly has ability, Honest Opinion, and that's Darren Edwards in those colours which really shine out this afternoon. As we can take you back to the betting ring, and in fact, we've got. Let's just have a look at a video. Our camera down there, plenty of people gathered around. Those new look boards there, they don't work as well, do they? Oh, Simon actually helping with the payout after the last race. It's so busy that he's helping them, and some bookmakers based in the southwest are at Newton Abbot today as well. So good for Simon. He's a man for all seasons. He's someone who can help out whatever. But those digital boards, they don't really work very well, do they, on film? So if you like Honest Opinion, bright gold colours to spot. The first of the runners coming out onto the track will be Sweet Native, basically blue with a white hoop and a very distinctive red cap. Next out, that's Sake of Secrecy, again a red cap but a bit more white about that one. Followed out then by Quintin's Man. After Quintin's Man, King's Key in the blue and orange, then the bright gold of Honest Opinion, and the last one to go, the white with the red sleeves, being worn by Annabelle Duman on Caught in Flight. So as you can see, the forestry here at Flete Park does present a little bit of a challenge every now and again, but it's not a challenge. You can't have it all, can you? We are in the most gorgeous location, and they've got a good view of the runners. During one of the pony races earlier on, there was a man with a dog actually on the course, which is obviously not a good idea. Shouldn't do that, but nicely away from the fence like those people there. What a great view they have as the runners arrive down at the 3 mile start. If it said 2.5 miles, does on the race card here at the point to point, it's not 2.5 miles, it is a 3 mile race, and the runners are having a look at the at a fence that they will be clearing in a few moments' time. If you're just with us on the live feed for the first time this afternoon, we have on a caption here the runners and riders for our second race, and I think, yeah, there we are. So this is just confirmation. One Caught in Flight runs, so does Honest Opinion, Darren Edwards, so does King's Key, Matt Hampton, so does this Quintin's Man, which is very popular on the course, not surprised. So does Sake of Secrecy. That's going to come good soon, I'm sure. And Sweet Native makes up this party of 6. For the Wayne Holmes Restricted, our second race at the Dartmoor Foxhounds point to point at Flete Park this afternoon. Well, there in the white colours, red seams, red cap, white seams. That's Caught in Flight, I think, just going out of our picture there. Hasn't won for a bit, won on heavy ground, but and has been quite busy, but what you call a good old horse, and good to see him in action. Honest Opinion there as well. Just looking out for number 5, Quintin's Man. If you like that, it's the red colours with the yellow star, yellow sleeves, yellow cap as well, right in the centre of the picture at the moment. And as I said, the horse got its act together in order to win last time, but I think gave the distinct impression there could be more to come in the future. What a lovely shot that is. Delighted that we've got a camera over there giving that excellent idea about the 6 runners and the crowd here as well. And the crowd has spilled out from the bank over there into the centre of the racecourse as well. Many thousands of people in the sunshine at Flete Park this afternoon for the Dartmoor point-to-point. First race of the afternoon was won narrowly by the odds-on favourite, though not as long odds-on as some anticipated. Skylander successful in that first race, looked as though it was going to win easily, ended up just squeaking home. But here's race 2, and our commentator once again is Mark Dennis.
And steadily away really from the start. Honest Opinion leads them towards the first of the 18 fences. Caught in Flight though just takes over the lead marginally as they quickly disappear behind the trees. Quintin's Man was the back marker as they did. Quintin's Man, the even money favourite. 2-1 is Honest Opinion, 4-1 is Sake of Secrecy. Honest Opinion also a 2-1 chance. And then we're at the bigger prices as they take fence number 2 then. They sail out over that, all over that safely. And Caught in Flight then with the advantage, 3 or 4 lengths clear. Honest Opinion. Swift Native is in 4, King's Keys 5. And Sake of Secrecy follows this one through. Another 4 or 5 links back to the even money favourite Quintin's Man, a winner at the Kilworthy meeting about a month ago, and a winner there in the maiden, and first reappearance since then. So Caught in Flight leads them on towards fence number 3, takes it well out in front. Swift Native in second, Honest Opinion on that one's outside as they race up hill then and come into the home straight. So Caught in Flight comes in the top of the home straight, just races a little bit wide, has allowed Honest Opinion and Swift Native to make a bit of ground up on the lead, but these 3 are around about 8 lengths clear then of King's Key and Matt Hampton. Sake of Secrecy, Josh Newman's next, and Quintin's Man with Darren Andrews still the back marker, but a long way to go. As they pass the judge, they've just got just under 2 circuits to race, and they're on now to the final plain fence in the home straight, and they sail over to that, and all the leaders safely out over it. Swift Native now just takes over the lead under Martin McIntyre, and goes on by a length and a half. Honest Opinion, Darren Edwards sat in second. Darren's got 2 rides this afternoon, this being one of them. Caught in Flight a little bit wider out in 3 now as they set their sights on the open ditch for the first time. So they come to it. Swift Native jumped that pretty well. Length and a half clear of Caught in Flight in second. Honest Opinion is 3. 2 lengths then back to King's Key. Another 2 then to Sake of Secrecy and Quintin's Man. Darren Andrews got 3 rides in total this afternoon. So they pass their point of departure then and take another plain fence. And Honest Opinion was the one with the lead there. Just goes on by a half length to Swift Native, who was just given a shake of the reins there. Just made a semblance of an error over that for Martin McIntyre. So as they reappear then and race up towards another plain fence, Honest Opinion now with a clear 2 length lead over Swift Native. And up King's Key jumps up on the inside of Caught in Flight. They vie for third, and then Sake of Secrecy and Quintin's Man, the 2 back markers of the 6 then, as they race right-handed now and prepare themselves for this big descent down over the hill. And as they do so, Honest Opinion with the advantage, run about 2-3 lengths clear. King's Key's improved to go up and dispute second now from Swift Native on the inside as they've completed the run down over the hill then. Now race along the level and on to this plain fence in this part of the course. Honest Opinion safely out over, and now they begin their run slightly uphill to come into the top of the home straight for the second time. So Honest Opinion from Swift Native and King's Key. King's Key now a clear second. On the wider out is Caught in Flight, and then Quintin's Man and Sake of Secrecy. Those 2 race right up the inside. Quintin's Man just goes up into 4th now. improves a place or two as they pass the judge then, with one full circuit ahead of them to race. Two plain fences come up quickly at the top of the home straight then. Honest Opinion comes to it. King's Key out over in second. And Quintin's Man now up on the inside of Sake of Secrecy. And it looks as though Swift Native is being pulled up before that one. Caught in Flight continues, but is adrift around about 12 lengths adrift of the main group then, of four who race away out into the country then for the final time. So Honest Opinion leads the charge up to the open ditch for the final time. About a length clear from King's Key in second. Sake of Secrecy and Quintin's Man dispute third as Honest Opinion out over the ditch safely and race away on them. King's Key now up to a length of the leader. Quintin's Man though travels quite sweetly back in three at the moment. Sake of Secrecy's under a little bit of pressure on the outside under Josh Newman as they set themselves up for this plain fence then. Honest Opinion out over safely. Quintin's Man now jumps up on the inside of King's Key to go up and dispute second as they disappear behind the trees once more and for the final time in this restricted. And race up them towards the third last. This is three out coming up then for Honest Opinion. A length clear, King's Key, Quintin's Man out over. They all just seem to brush through the top of that slightly. Sake of Secrecy now beginning to cry enough and is becoming detached by around about 8 to 10 lengths from the leading trio as they race right-handed then at the top end of the course to make the descent down over the hill for the final time then. And Honest Opinion, Quintin's Man now just asked for his effort on the inside. King's Key's also bang there on the outside for Matt Hampton as they complete the descent then and race along the level on towards the second last then. So Honest Opinion, he's run a great race so far and has been really brave. Darren Edwards now asks him to keep his neck in front. King's Key gives chase. Quintin's Man back in three. Sake of Secrecy's in four. So they arrive then at the top of the home straight and race down to the final fence. Honest Opinion clear, 8 maybe more lengths clear of Quintin's Man just went through the top of that. King's Key driven on the inside, but Honest Opinion being really brave, getting a little bit weary out in front, but race is clear to the line by about 10 lengths to Quintin's Man. King's Key's next, then Sake of Secrecy will be the final one to finish.
So there is Honest Opinion, pretty exhausted in the heat towards the end of the race, and they'll be wanting to get a bucket of water ready for her already. Good drink for her. Sake of Secrecy on the front of the picture. Quintin's Man just going out to the right as well, but there's our winner, and there's King's Key going through the back of the picture. But she's done well there, keeping her moving quite rightly so. Plenty of water for her as well, Honest Opinion. And how honest she was, wasn't she? She, when it looked as though she was going to be challenged on several fronts, she pulled out more. Well, just a second, we'll have a look at the closing stages once again as water gets poured over all the horses at the end of that race. That's incidentally is the overflow car park in the background there. So they filled the bank, they filled the area in the centre of the course where you can park, and that's the overflow area. And there is there are the horses involved at the end of our second race this afternoon. Before we look at the replay, slightly disappointing news about the mixed open, which comes up at 3:10. I don't think organisers here really deserve this, but there are only two runners, unfortunately. Number 3, Broad Clist, and the bottom one, number 12, Virac. So Broad Clist and Anna Johnston trying to follow up that win where she was a bit of a star of the show at Wadebridge was Anna, and Virac with Olive Nichols daughter of Paul, and riding in the colours of Clive Hitchings. So we will have news of that race a little bit later on. I wonder how the betting will work out with just those two runners. But just getting confirmation of the result of our second race this afternoon, the Wayne Holmes restricted, and Honest Opinion just being confirmed as the winner. And Quintin's man didn't. Well, let's have a look at the replay actually now of the closing stages. There they are, going through the gap with 2 to jump. So, Honest Opinion in front. I said you'd be able to spot the bright gold colours. And Quintin's man, which had travelled conspicuously well, now is being asked for a bit of an effort, and travelling better probably is King's Quay towards the outside. They've seen off Sake of Secrecy in 4th. So just keep an eye on Quintin's man at this one. Slightly obscured, but just nodded a little bit on landing. So a bit of a loss of momentum. But even so, Honest Opinion is not for stopping, is she? And she's now grabbed. Sorry, we had a little bit of a camera malfunction at that point, but we're back again now. And as they come over the last, it's clear Honest Opinion's pretty tired and pretty challenged in the hot, warm weather here. But she's kept on very well indeed. Quintin's man for second, and King's Quay has finished in the third position. So that was the end of our second race this afternoon. And Dean Summersby, the winning trainer, is here. Well, Honest Opinion, you couldn't have named her any better. She's honest as the day is long.
She definitely is. She definitely is. Her last run at Buckfastleigh, we put a line through that. She just wasn't quite right. Our horses weren't right back then. But this week we've had 3 runners, 3 winners. So I think
including Hunter Chases, you name it. Well, you've had a great week.
Yeah, they've turned a corner a bit now, hopefully.
So, and was it a corner that you knew they were going to turn? Had you put your finger on what the problem was?
To be honest, like, the Buckfastleigh, Kilworthy, they just weren't quite finishing as well as they were, and to be honest, we've gone with Dr. Grass, really, Dr. Grass and Sunshine. And we knew they were fit, we knew they were as right as we could get them, but there was just something we couldn't put our finger on it, what was wrong.
They went ill as such.
No, they didn't. They were working well at home, their coats are shining, there was no dirty noses, coughing or nothing like that. Like Darren, everyone, they were coming off the bridle and finding nothing. And obviously she found them, stayed on well today, and like the others have. So yeah, hopefully we've turned it corner.
And when she won the other day, she was perhaps a little bit fortunate that the other horse didn't keep a very straight line. But here today,
she's
that performance today.
She's a real tough game mare. Like she'll lay her heart on the line for you genuinely. Yeah. At Buckfastleigh, she was in a fair bit of distress after that race because she had tried so hard.
Yeah. And she's a real. You can tell she's a trier.
Yeah, she does. Yeah. And you could feel nothing but sorry for her after then.
And she appreciated all that water, plenty of water here
this
afternoon.
It's very hot today, and they do need plenty of water after this. But I must say, credit to them for the job they've done on the ground. It is brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Which means the news that they've only got 2 in the mixed open that's quite unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, right? That restricted 7 entered, 6 ran.
Yeah.
It goes to show. I've brought 2 and I'm running 2. So, well done to them anyway.
So the ground, you've obviously had a good a bit of analysis of the ground. They put plenty of water on.
They put plenty of water on. Yeah, they've done a good job to it. Very good job. It's safe ground.
And just talk us through the last 7 days, just in terms of the stable.
Well, Sunday I wasn't there. I was in Ireland with my daughter. She had a ride over there at Tattersalls, and to be honest, I always thought he was a nice horse. When Em rung me up and said he had won, I thought she was taking the pee, really. But no, that was the start. Like Darren said, that one, when he came off the bridle, he found. Whereas at Kilworthy, he didn't. There was nothing. He just stopped.
That's where the corner had been turned.
Yeah, and one came to him, and he found a bit more and went on again. And Thursday night was the same sort of thing. He ran on
How many hunter chases is that for you?
That's me first.
That was, well, I thought it might
be.
Yeah,
it's a big monkey off me back.
And that's it must be a really nice feeling as well.
It is brilliant,
you know exactly how to do it, but to actually...
You will never forget that one. Never forget that. It was a brilliant night, absolutely brilliant night.
Excellent, lots of support.
We had a fair crowd there. They did say they haven't had a roar like that for a while. No, it was a really good night. And to be honest, those little hunter chases like that, that's what it's all about. It's proper point-to-point race. And it was good, really good.
And final thought today. Crowds are back. The sun's out.
Sun's out.
We're in a absolutely fabulous setting. The cars were queuing after the first race on the main road up above.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I hope everyone has a good day, and I hope there's plenty of runners. They deserve it. They deserve it.
Yeah, and we're back here again in a fortnight. Let's hope we can do it all over again.
Let's hope so.
Well done today.
Thank you very much.
I think there's a presentation for you. Better let you go.
Lovely. Thank you.
Super. Thanks very much indeed to our winning jockey, winning trainer even. After Dean Summersby, after the success of Honest Opinion in the second race this afternoon. And as you can hear, the presentations for the second race are taking place right now. I mentioned Santini finished fourth in the Grand National at Aintree last Saturday, is parading later on. That is after the next race. So that is the news from officials here, that Santini will be here to parade after that heroic effort at Aintree in, what will it be? I suppose it'll be about 20 minutes, half an hour's time. So we'll try and make certain our cameras are ready and raring to go for that particular horse. So confirmation for the mixed open, which comes up at scheduled for 3:10. It's the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company mixed open. There were plenty of entries. I think there were 12 entries. Unfortunately, with alternative attractions taking place around and about, just the two. So we've got number 3 Broadclist, and we've got number 12 Virac, and they will be, oh, there they are. We've got them on a caption for you. Numbers 3 and 12, the two runners in the next race. Virac, trained by Sam Loxton, and Broadclist with Les Jefford on board. And talking of Virac, we can speak to the champion, Jump Racing's champion trainer. Paul Nichols is here as father of the jockey on this occasion.
That's right, yeah, we just had a good day so far. We stopped in at Newton Abbott.
Have you been there already?
Yeah, saw Nappers Hill win the first, and brought Olive on down here, had a walk round with her, and ready to go.
Nappers Hill win well?
Yeah, he did, yeah. He's off to Sandown next Saturday, qualified today for, I think he's a 100 grand novice handicap hurdle final, so did the job nicely today.
Well, you're multitasking if you're coming on down here. Did you ever ride round here in your...
No, I never did actually. I've been, when I used to work for David Barnes, we'd always come here, fantastic crowd, fantastic course. Compliment to them. I walked around, the ground is absolutely fantastic. They've done an amazing job of watering the bends, the downhill bits, and a lot of it's good to soft, so they've done very well.
And unfortunately only the two though, so you and one other.
I know, I mean a lot of the fields are quite small at the moment. I suppose there's 18 meetings over the weekend and everyone picks and chooses where they go. I expect if a lot of people knew the ground was better than it is, they may well have run today, because they have done a truly fantastic job. But hey, it is what it is, you know, there's a good crowd, everyone will enjoy it, whatever, whether there's 2 or 20, you know.
And what do you like? I know that when on important days under rules, you get quite on your toes. When your daughter's riding, how on your toes are you about today?
Yeah, we're obviously nervous, but you know, fantastic old horse to be, you know, learning on, as it were. She's doing okay this year. She rides well. That helps a lot, you know. And if you ride in lovely horses like Virac, you know, like he's 13, you know, he's at the latter stages of his career, but it's a big help, and those horses hopefully will teach her, so you feel a lot more confident then.
And she's had, what, 5 or 6 winners already?
She's had 6 so far. You know, she's a lucky girl, been ride Virac, Rhythm as a Dancer and Monster Gibraltar, and they're great first season horses for her, and, you know, the main thing is she's competent, she knows what she's doing, and that helps.
Yeah, so have nice horses is good, but you've still got to have the competence as well.
Yeah, and, you know, exactly, and know what you're doing, and she works very hard at home with her mum and does a lot of schooling for us, and you don't mind repaying them a little bit if they're prepared to work hard. Yeah, and she loves the game. She absolutely loves the game. That's the main thing.
Well, and it's clear that she does. You know, she was hardly 16 before she was riding in races.
That's right. I think 4 days after her 16th birthday, she won on Virac at Chadsley Corbett, I think, or a week later, and done well since, you know.
And I can see some really good rivalry of Freddie Gingell taking place in the years ahead.
Yeah, Freddie's obviously, you know, a very good young man. I think he'll be turning professional one day, and that'll probably be top class jockey one day. I think Olive loves the amateur scene. I don't think she's ever got any ambitions of being professional. She also likes eventing, so I think she just enjoys what she's doing as an amateur, and I suspect that's what she'll do.
And Freddie, people have sort of been full of praise for what's happened so far, obviously his backstory as well. Do you see him really making his mark as a jockey?
Yeah, I do. There's some really good young fellows, him and Chris Gordon's son and Ben Bromley. They're all good young, I think they're all 16, 17, they've all done well. And Freddie seems a natural, he's very strong, he can read a race, and he'll just get better with experience. And I assume he'll probably go conditional next year, I don't know. But he'll be a name to follow for a few years, I'm sure.
Well, excellent. Best of luck here as part owner with Clive Hitchings and a nervous father as well. And I hope we get a good spectacle. Thanks very much for chatting.
Thank you.
Lovely to see Paul Nicholls here, having been to Newton Abbot this afternoon and come on from Newton Abbot to be with us at Flete Park this afternoon as well. Well, the horses have appeared in the paddock, the two runners for our third race. So I think if we switch cameras now, we can have a look at the two. There'll be plenty of time to analyse the two. And that one is Broadclyst, 10-year-old by Ask. And this one trained by Les Jefford, qualified via the East Devon Hunt. Formerly very useful. Returned from a period under rules with Chris Down. Didn't win, but quite a few near misses. In sparkling form, 1 over 3 miles at Wadebridge, only beaten a whisker, admittedly conceded weight on that occasion, over 3.5 miles at Cottlestone in March. Hunter Chase 4th behind Famous Clermont last time, included an error at an important moment in the race, and the 3 miles there looked as though it might well be inadequate, and that 4 miles might well suit, and 4 miles is what faces Broadclyst and also his rider Anna Johnston this afternoon. So that's number 3, Broadclyst, and our other contender is number 12, Virac, and there he is. Virac, he's a 13-year-old. Sam Loxton trains, qualified via the Blackmore and Sparkford Vale, owned, as we've just heard, partly by Paul Nicholls, 12-time champion trainer, and Clive Hitchings as well, long-time supporter of National Hunt Racing and of point-to-pointing. Good horse under rules for the Nicholls team. I think the rating got to practically 160 at one point, 159. Started the season in great style when giving Olive Nicholls first win in a novice riders race at Chadsley Corbett. That was at the end of December. Might have won again, but fell at Cockleborough in the Ladies Open when favourite. And then third at Badbury with more penalty weight than anyone else, carried 12.8 in a decent novice riders race in February behind the excellent Twig. That reads well, as does the mixed open runners-up place at Charlton Hawthorn. Blackmore and Sparkford Vale point-to-point early last month. Clearly plenty going for him, whatever the opposition. And it turns out there's just the one opponent, so Broadclyst and Virac. As we reflect further on our second race this afternoon, because the winning rider has joined us now. Honest Opinion, we heard from Dean Summersby, and now Darren Edwards is here. Well done. We're just saying to the trainer, Honest is just her, it shouldn't be her first name, it should be her middle name and her last name as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Cornelius. She's such a game little mare. She's not overly big. But she is, as you just said, very honest and aptly named. She's never been out the first, well, certainly since we've got her, she's never been out the first 4. Last time she actually bled at Buckfast Lee.
And Dean was saying the horses weren't quite right either.
Yeah, Dean's have been probably flat for about a month, but as we all know, for anyone that follows racing, there's always tends to be a bug going around somewhere, and it sort of migrates from yard to yard, and I think it just caught Dean's horses. But like any good trainer, you make changes to put the problem right, which he did. Last 3 runners have all been winners, so hopefully that will continue. And
good to see plenty of water for the horses after the race, because it is a warm day here. Must be pretty warm in the saddle, and actually running and putting all that energy in is pretty tiring, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what they do here down at Flete, but every year they order the weather and it arrives. It really is. It's got to be 20 degrees.
And there are thousands of people over there who are very pleased.
Yeah, and it's not, there's not much of a breeze. There's a little breeze blowing through, but yeah, absolutely right. Well done to all the organisers. They've put a heck of a lot of effort in putting water on the track, and it's lovely ground out there, lovely safe ground.
So that would be your analysis of the ground, would it?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, if anything, it's probably marginally on the sort of slower side of good, which, for the time of year and given the dry period that we've had is fantastic. And so full credit to them. And yeah, when the horses come back in, there's water on hand to cool them down again.
And the atmosphere here, I remember, I'm sure you were probably here this day last year when it all took place, but there wasn't anyone to cheer anyone on.
Yeah.
And the atmosphere this year is just spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah, they always get a great atmosphere here at Flete. It's a sort of natural amphitheatre, really, I guess, isn't it? With people both sides of the track sort of looking down. You've got a few trees in the way, I guess, for viewing purposes, but yeah, come the finish, you really do feel the sort of crowd either side of you, and it just sort of encourages you along.
And Epsom's got its double-decker buses. Cartmel's got people either side. It's definitely a Cartmel-like atmosphere here.
Yeah, no, it really is, and it draws a lot of people out of out of Plymouth and surrounding areas, and like I say, we all know that for point-to-pointing, the weather is such a key factor. Well, I say for point-to-pointing, for any sort of recreational activity now, is people like to, people might plan a day or put a date in the diary several weeks or several months in advance. But if it was peeing it down with rain today, would they, when they opened the curtains this morning, are they really going to turn out? I don't know. So yeah, the weather makes such a difference, and it's brilliant. There's thousands of people here. So.
And I'll tell you what, I like the way, obviously they've cheered the winners home, but they cheered the pony race winners home, and a couple that got in the early races got a little bit behind but did finish. They got a nice cheer as well as they came up, so there is a really nice atmosphere.
I think people really getting into it, and it's, as you say, it's nice to actually a positive cheer, because we all know nowadays is people are quick to sort of go the other way if the favourite gets beat or something goes wrong, a bit like take Cheltenham for example. So yeah, to have people cheering all the way through, whether you're first, second or last, is great, and fair play to everyone that does that.
And so we've got 6 weeks, a couple of months of the season to go. You're now on the point-to-point authority. Don't want to get bogged down in the admin of the whole thing, but are you full of positivity at the moment, having now taken up that role?
I think so. There's lots of positives. There's lots of positive things happen. There's no hiding the fact that point-to-pointing, is going through a challenging period with numbers of horses, numbers of participants. The costs of running these events, is always going up. You turn on the news, it's always about the cost of living, but actually the cost of staging these sorts of events, is creeping up. There's less doctors around, there's, the margins are squeezed, people haven't got that sort of spare leisure pound that they perhaps had in years gone by. So, yeah, point-to-point is going through a tough period, but, you've only got to look at a day like today, and if we can frame the races and get the fixtures at the right time to allow crowds through the gate like this, it gives you an incentive for it all to keep going. So it's, really positive atmosphere here today anyway.
And even better when Mr. D. Edwards is one of the winning riders.
Absolutely, Conor. and when you're here, of course.
Excellent. Well, look, lovely to see you. And have you got anything else this afternoon?
Not until the last now.
No,
so
right. What do you ride in the last?
A horse called Jimmy Chew, which...
oh yeah, good old Jimmy.
Yeah, good old Jimmy. He's a quirky old devil, but if he puts his best foot forward, then he wouldn't be without a shout. So.
Super, lovely. Thanks for chatting this afternoon. Darren Edwards is with us. Now, we're going to have in the next 1 minute some form analysis, and we're going to have some betting analysis. Donna's here with the form analysis, and Simon is coming in with the betting analysis as well. Sorry, just doing a bit of direction there, because before Donna talks us through the two runners, I just want to hear the betting from the betting ring. So just shout out the two lots of prices, Simon.
Well, at the moment it's even money, Broadclist and Bottle on, 2-1 on Virac. Just
Virac
the two runners.
Virac 2's on.
They all say it's a race. They all say it's a race.
Well,
despite
what
the
does Donna say? They all say. Let's hear what Donna has to say. It's a race, Donna.
It is a race. I tipped both in my preview.
Oh, well, that was clever of you.
Well,
so
you never know what's. I know. You never know what's turning up on the day. I would say it will be a close race. I love both of these horses. One Broadcliff's 11, Virac's 13 now. It's nice to see the old National Hunt horses have a job to do. Virac's been a really good schoolmaster for Olive to ride. She's already won on him. Broadcliff has won 5 wins for Anna Johnston, and I think Anna will put up a good battle. They will go close, and they're quite closely rated too. So
if we were to pin you down on one rather than the other, which would you go for?
Virac.
Virac for you.
Virac.
So,
yes.
but as Simon said, looks like a race. And what? Just considering the later races, anything as the horses just
the
go
later
behind
races.
us,
First off, I would like to say with this 4 mile mixed open.
Keep going.
I would like to say the Totnes and Bridgetown mixed open is sponsored by Totnes and Bridgetown Racing Co. Without their sponsorship, during lockdown, they put up a huge amount of money to keep the racing going, and I think they need a good mention. They have been good stalwarts for sponsorship, as are the other sponsors.
With that. And in terms of a horse that you're really looking forward to later on?
Later on, well, I'm certainly looking forward to this race. I would say Minimalistic in the next.
Right.
Saw him won quite easily at Buckfastleigh. It was only a 2-horse race, but comes quite locally from Kingsbridge. With the Dark
team. For the Darks and Josh Newman.
Yes, and I would say I do have a share in a horse running in the following race.
Oh, go on. Inside information. I'm not sure you're allowed to give inside information. But
is it the following race or the race after that one? I think.
What's the horse called?
It's Board of Trade.
Oh, right.
Should have run in this. They've saved him for the conditions. The 6th race.
Yeah.
He's with the Gundries. Or Polygondry, Ed Walker to train.
Yeah, and they've got Santini here today.
They've got Santini here. So, yes, it's nice to be a nostril share in Board of Trade, and I would certainly back him.
So you the Ed Walker Racing Club or the Group of Otters?
Ed Walker Racing Club. The Group of Otters are lovely gentlemen.
Oh,
but,
right.
No, I'm with the Ed Walker Racing Club.
Excellent. And final thought. Santini may not have won the Grand National, but to be 4th in the Grand National.
Exactly.
And also representing a team that is not as big as some of the others involved.
Yes.
That is quite something.
It is something, and to come home safely... It was really good, and for young Nick Schofield, who has, I think, been injured since.
Had a fall, hasn't he?
Yes, he had a fall, but
he says it's not as bad as it looked.
No, I know.
Hopefully back in a month or so.
Yeah, but for Santini, I think was with Henderson's beforehand. Yeah. So for Polygundry to keep him going and get a result like that, I think it was for fourth place was £60,000 for 4th place.
Well, yeah.
That's not a bad day at the office.
National.
Yes.
God,
not
14th in the National's pretty good.
Exactly.
Getting over the 4th's pretty good as well.
Yes.
Well, super. Looking forward to seeing Santini later on. Best of luck with
nice
Barak
to chat.
there.
Thank you.
Super.
Thanks.
Lovely to hear from Donna on the live feed. This is the live feed presented by the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area. We're live at Flete Park. We're close to the South Devon town of Ivy Bridge on the Flete Park estate, and as always, this is the Dartmoor point-to-point, but as always, thanks to the Mildmay White family for allowing this event to take place. Right, horses are making their way, the 2 runners making their way to the start. There they are, in fact, arriving at the 4 mile start. And just confirmation, I won't bore you with a caption on this one. Number 3, Broadcliff, and number 12, Virac, are the 2. That's Virac just going up at the top to the top of our picture. I think we'll just get our camera sorted. Good to see families there, people just sitting outside their cars in the sunshine, enjoying themselves. And we'll have an off for this race fairly soon. So just confirmation, colours-wise, Broadcliff basically black with white on the body, Virac bright yellow with spots. And it's Olive Nichols riding Virac, which is the odds-on favourite, and it's Anna Johnston on Broadcliff. So we will see them in action pretty soon. Can't overemphasise how many people are just here enjoying themselves in the South Devon sunshine today. Pity we've only got 2 runners in this race, but it's tight between the two. I wonder if Simon can just give us an update from the betting ring. But we are just about at post time as our camera looks for them down there. Let's just get a quick update from Simon. What's the latest betting? Very quickly.
There's not a lot of change really. Virak's still the odds-on favourite, bottle on 2-1.
And there they are. Away they go. As we look at them, on the left is Broadclist, on the right is Virak. 4 miles in front of them. Here's the first.
Virak with the fractional advantage, just took off about a half length in front of Broadclist there. And tactics could well play a key role here with Virak the 11-4 on favourite. Broadclist a 5-4 chance as they set themselves up for fence number 2 then. And just under 3 circuits left to complete. And onwards towards fence number 3. And again, those two jump and land pretty much together. And I would imagine they're going to keep each other company for the majority of this race. As Virak now just with a fractional advantage as they head out into the country for the first time, and up towards the open ditch they go. So they're at the ditch now, and again they pretty much jump and land together. So Virak partnered by Olive Nichols, daughter of champion trainer or ex-champion trainer Paul Nichols, as they prepare then to take the next, and they're over that safely. And Olive's just this is Olive's first season in full. She's ridden 6 winners so far. Opened her account at Chaddersley Corbett back in December, and recently had a runner or a ride under rules on Get the Appeal at Wincanton a couple of weeks ago and finished 3rd. As they cross the next, and they're over that safely, and it's Virak with the fractional advantage from Broadclist. And Olive says she has ambitions to potentially turn conditional or professional if she has a good enough season at it, or a good couple of seasons. And long-term aims or career aims are to go training and follow in Dad's footsteps, I would imagine. So Anna Johnston, partnering Broadclist, she works in North Devon for Jane Williams, and is based up there. Had 2 winners this season, and is her first full season. I think she had 1 ride last season before she got going properly this season. So they're into the home straight then, 1 circuit complete, on to the next. And Broadclist just with a just slight advantage from Virak. Virak just nudged along for a stride or 2 after that fence, but then pretty much stride for stride then as they pass the judge. And another 2 circuits left to take them. As they cross the next then, they're over that safely. And head on to the top of the home straight, and 1 more plain fence. And much as they were last circuit, they jump and land pretty much together, and now head out into the country for the 2nd time. And going to set themselves up for the ditch now as they begin their climb up the back straight. So Broadclist on the inside, on the outside Virak with the yellow colours, and they now prepare to pass the 3-mile start and on towards another plain fence. Broadclist, a winner of 5 points and a national hunt flat race as well, and been a great campaigner, Broadclist. 10 years old now, and been around the Devon and Cornwall area for his entire career. Trained at Clumpton by Leslie Jefford as they race up to the next then. come to it. That was the fence at the far end, and Virac there just with a fractional advantage, but nothing between them. Broadclist on the inside as they begin their right-hand turn to come down over the hill for the second time. And they do so. So Broadclist on the inside, Virac on the outside. So Olive's partnered Virac for the entire season. Had a winner, a third and a second on Virac as they race into the bottom then and take this plain fence at the bottom of the hill. They're over that safely and now race back towards us to come up this slight incline and into the home straight once more and race on to what will be the final fence in a circuit's time. This will be. So again, they jump and land together. Virac just brushed to the top of that. Didn't get a tall high there, but Olive Nichols giving him a shake of the reins to wake his ideas up. And back up there on the outside again of Broadclist, and they pretty much match strides then as they race on to the next. Just under a circuit left to race them. So Virac now with the advantage. Broadclist also just give him a shake of the reins there from Anna Johnston as they cross the final plain fence in the home straight, and now right-handed to head out into the country. So Virac just with a fractional advantage from Broadclist as they now prepare to climb up the back straight for the final time and on towards the open ditch. So on the inside Broadclist, on the outside Virac. So they come to the ditch now, and again better jump there by Broadclist, who just goes on by 3/4 of a length, although Virac ridden back up there on the outside. And again they match strides as they continue on then past the 3 mile start and on towards the final plain fence in the back straight. So Broadclist and Virac, much as they have been from Flagfall, they've raced together very well so far. And now disappear momentarily behind the trees, and before they reappear they will be preparing themselves to tackle the third last. So Broadclist on the inside of Virac, and this is 3 out then, comes to it. Virac out over with a half length advantage now. Olive Nichols just beginning to urge the leader along now a little bit more, trying to increase the pace as they now begin their sweeping right turn that brings them back towards us. And as they do so, Virac on the outside of Broadclist, and still anybody's race if it can be for a two-runner affair. So they continue down to the bottom end of the course, and on the inside Broadclist, on the outside Virac. And still nothing between them at the moment. So 2 out coming up then for these two. Broadclist there just took off marginally in front, and the whip is up for Virac now as they race up slightly uphill back towards us and into the home straight. So Broadclist with the advantage. Virac now shaken up on the outside, and these two are looking a little bit weary as they race down to the final fence then. They are locked together at the moment. Broadclist there, better jump by Virac on the outside. And Olive Nichols now gets down in the dry position and goes on by about 1.5 lengths. So Virac on the run to the line just increases the lead, going to make 3 lengths clear of the brave Broadclist, who finishes in second.
There's Virac, successful in the 4 mile mixed open. Bit of congratulations for Olive Nichols from Martin McIntyre. You can see he'll be riding later on, and coming back as well Broadclist. And as was predicted, it was a race. It didn't turn out to be just completely straightforward. and just getting confirmation of the judge's preliminary result, and that will be that number 12 Virac is the winner. Paul Nichols, the part owner with Clive Hitchings, father of the jockey, former trainer of Virac, there to congratulate all concerned, to help his daughter with the quite considerable amount of lead that and tack and bits and pieces that she was involved with there, and that took 8 minutes and 20 seconds apparently, and it turned out, as we saw, to be a very exciting finish. Couldn't really call it until pretty late on in the race. Let's go to one of the Pointing DC replays now. We're able on the live stream to look again at the closing stages as they go through that distinctive gap in the forestry. Well, at this point, Virac in the yellow, Broadclist in the darker colours with the white. How would you want to call it as they're coming downhill at this point? Just a very marginal advantage being held, probably by Virac, through that gap and then on towards the second last. And now at the second last, I still defy you to completely say, in fact, Broadclist led over that one, got away from it a bit better, but a bit of encouragement from Olive Nichols on Virac, and it's a long way home from this point, uphill, really examining. And that proved the case here as they go past that on towards the last. All on the jump here, and they're in the air pretty much together, but pretty soon Virac's going to assert. He's a good horse, Virac. He's been a very good horse. It's a 7th win for Olive Nichols in point-to-points going past the post, but as you saw, both of them in these warm conditions here this afternoon, pretty exhausted, and good to see plenty of water being poured over the two, who are right as rain afterwards in the winner's enclosure subsequently. So confirmation that the winner was number 12 Virac. Get a starting price for you in just a second, and second was number 3 Broadclist. News of the 4th race, the Charles Stanley Intermediate race, over 2.5 miles. The one that ran earlier on, number 5 Sake of Secrecy, doesn't run, and it leaves us with 5 in that next race. Cottage Rose, Fine Investment, Milltown Bridge, Minimalistic, and Steel Express. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in terms of the race card in our next race, and we will have news of that next race before too long. You're watching, this is Santini, I think, isn't it? The magnificent Santini, after his magnificent performance at Aintree last week when finishing 4th behind Noble Yates in the Grand National. Let's have a good look at Santini. Let's keep our camera with him. And 7 days on, looks very pleased with himself, doesn't he? Can be a little bit of a handful, can Santini, but looking as though he's quite enjoying himself. Having a look at the crowd who've gathered around the paddock ahead of our 4th race this afternoon to have a good look at what an Aintree hero looks like. And the fact of the matter is, as we were making a point earlier on, winning the Grand National is the main thing that everybody wants to do, but finishing 4th when you're a horse that's had good days in the past and then just some less good days, it was great to see Santini revived by the challenge of 7 days ago, and that was a lovely performance to finish 5th behind Noble Yates, the horse which had been runner-up in a Cheltenham Gold Cup of how many years ago would it have been now, but was runner-up in the past when trained by Nicky Henderson, and beaten 23.5 lengths in 4th place, but ran a really nice race. Nick Schofield on board. Nick, who had a nasty fall during the week, so he's going to have a bit of time on the sidelines, but he'll be able to bask in the fact that he's ridden a lovely horse in the Grand National, which has run a tremendous race. Yeah, Album Photo beat Santini just a neck in that 2020 Cheltenham Gold Cup. So this is a good horse in his own right. He's a real credit to all involved, actually, to the owners, the Kelvin Hugheses, to Nicky Henderson in the past, and the Kelvin Hugheses also bred Santini, and now a real credit to Polly Gundry and her team with Ed Walker as well. So they were fourth at Cheltenham in December. That looked like a good run. Runner-up to Chantry House in the big chase at Cheltenham at the end of January. Finished 8th in the Cheltenham Gold Cup. Had another go at that at 66-1. And then 4th at odds of 33-1 in the Grand National of just 7 days ago, behind Noble Yates, Any Second Now and Delta Works. So first home of the Brits. And the other important thing to remind ourselves about with this horse is that on the 4th of March 2017, when Santini made his racecourse debut, it was in a point-to-point. A 4, 5, 6 and 7-year-old maiden on soft ground at Didmarton in Gloucestershire. And he won that day, won by 15 lengths. So he's a really great ambassador, isn't he, for the sport of point-to-point racing. Great ambassador for National Hunt Racing. Great ambassador for owner breeders and for Polly Gundry and Nick Schofield as well. So lovely to doff our hat, metaphorically anyway, to Santini this afternoon. And there are people on all sides of the paddock here who are determined to just pay him a good look and to say how pleased they are. And leading the horse up on the outside is Annabelle Duman, who has ridden here at Fleet this afternoon and led the horse up at Aintree as well. How old is he? He's a 10-year-old, and the fact of the matter is that he can easily turn up in the Grand National again next year and run another screaming race. They'll be working out their strategy, no doubt, around a return to Aintree. I think I did read, didn't I, the other day, that that's definitely the plan, is to take him back to Aintree, and he obviously really enjoyed the challenge. Which is worth just looking up, just to remind ourselves that the Racing Post close-up says midfield, steady headway from the second Valentine's, when the race is really on after the second canal turn, was close up to out. Nick Schofield gave Santini a bit of encouragement and kept on well in the closing stages of the race. So that was an honourable performance, and Polly Gundry is here with us now, just saying, it'd be lovely to win the Grand National, but you can still be heroic and finish 4th, and that's exactly what you all were.
Well, that's how we're playing it.
Well, you're rightly so.
He's the most gorgeous horse. I always adored him as a 3-year-old when we broke him in, and then hunted him. And then he went to Nicky Henderson's as a 4-year-old, and Nicky said he's not ready, or he's probably always going to be a bit slow. And I said, I know he's slow, but I think he'll keep galloping. And I think Nicky has looked after this horse so beautifully, which is why we've still got a horse here to go to war with.
Yeah.
And I think maybe a smaller yard might help. And it's just been so brave of Richard Kelvin Hughes to allow to allow me to train him, really, because we're a small yard and we don't have lots of big downland gallops like.
You knew it though. You knew the horse, though.
I knew the horse, yeah.
And such a great ambassador for you, but also for point-to-pointing, actually having won at Didmarton.
I think that's why I'm so proud of him. And when it was half suggested to bring and parade him, I jumped at the chance, because it's so important that we make sure everyone realises these rural communities, from the pointing and the hunting and the national hunt racing, and where the jockeys come from and where the horses come from, and then where they go back to is, we're a business together. It's not. something stood on its own.
And look at the people gathering round. There are no horses in yet for the next race.
No.
They're probably like me saying, I had a bit of 33-1 last Saturday each way.
Well, I'm so glad so many people did. I won't back my own horses. I won't back anyone's horses, but I won't back my own horses. And he is very beautiful. I know I'm obviously very biased, but he's very beautiful.
He's a great specimen, isn't he?
He is a great specimen, yeah. So it wasn't difficult to fall in love with a horse.
And I'll tell you the other thing, you won at he won at Martin. Ahoy Senor unseated the rider, I think, at Martin, didn't he?
He did. Was it? Yeah. So that was a couple of years later.
Oh, there was,
Yes. Yeah.
But they're both great advertisements for Did Martin and for Point to Point,
exactly.
where it all starts.
Proper fences and good racing, good ground, and that's definitely a Grade A track of the Point to Point.
Yeah.
So it's good.
And do you regret running him in the Cheltenham Gold Cup?
No, not at all. We used it as a prep race.
Good answer. Good answer.
No,
they're using the Cheltenham Gold Cup to warm up for Aintree.
Big trainers do that. I didn't know I was doing that, but it just didn't work.
I'll listen to that. That's a spontaneous round of applause here for Santini and indeed for all of you. So well done. Lovely to see him here. And did I read in the Racing Post you'll be working everything around going back to Aintree next April?
Initially, Richard and Lizzie were very much, we want him to have one more year because he was only 9, and then we probably will retire him. And then I've never contradicted anything like that, and we just have to see how we run this season. And then on Saturday evening, Richard said, what about the Beecher next season?
Quite
I said,
right.
yeah, if you're game, I'm game.
Oh, excellent. Well, really look forward. And it is you're absolutely right, an important moment that he's here today. And people are there are no other horses in the paddock. They are applauding him. They really wanted to see him. So congratulations.
No,
it's not all about winning. It's about running finishing 4th, first home of the Brits.
Exactly.
It's fantastic.
It's about taking part, and for me, for the horse being well prepared to do the job that he was asked, and I don't think any horse jumped any better than he did. So I'm very proud of him, and very proud of everything that we've got down here, actually.
And I love the way he looked round at the paddock, he was looking at everybody. You've come to see me, haven't you, he said.
Thinks that every time he goes to a big meeting, he thinks that even a small meeting, he thinks everyone's come to see him. He's a real showman, and he's just terribly handsome, and he enjoys himself either.
So Beecher Chase and then on to maybe Aintree next spring again.
It's very much up in the air, and we have literally said it over a glass of champagne at the end of the day on Saturday. But we.
Well, I hope it was several glasses because it should have been.
Yeah, no, it was quite a few glasses.
And well done to you, well done to the Kelvin Hughes' owner breeders as well, which is great.
It's massive for them, and it's their dreams, and I'm looking after their children when we're bringing them along through preschool and kindergarten, and to be involved in it, and it was really brave of Richard Kelvin Hughes. But he knows I knew the horse, and he knows I adored the horse, and I give it my best shot, so it's good.
Excellent, well done. Congratulations from all of us. Lovely to see you here today. Polly Gundry, who's brought Santini to parade in the sunshine at Fleet, and it is really striking. Right behind me there, those people were there to have a look at this horse that they did hear running so well in the National. Plenty of people, because everyone loves a local horse or localish horse, don't they, to them when it runs at Aintree. And so people were on at 33-1. It's a horse that had only been beaten a whisker in a Cheltenham Gold Cup. And a few people have won a couple of quid and have been able to see him a week later looking full of beans here this afternoon. And great to hear that the Kelvin Hughes family Mr. and Mrs. Kelvin Hughes, the owner breeders, are planning to go to the Beecher Chase at Aintree perhaps next, that's end of November, beginning of December nowadays, I think. And then on to Aintree next April to try and go 3 places better than this time around. Excellent. I think there's an opportunity now to consider the runners and riders for our next race on the card. We've got a few of them here. There is one to take out of your list. I wonder if we got a caption of those horses for you, and hopefully we will in a second. Let me grab my race card. And in the meanwhile, there we are. I knew it would be there in the end. So number 1 is Cottage Rose in this next race. The red and yellow colours seen earlier on today on Cottage Rose, trained by John Hurd, qualified with the South Tetcut, and Darren Andrews riding Cottage Rose. Then 2, Fine Investment, red and white diamond colours, Fine Investment. George Hiscock is the rider on board that one. I don't think it was advertised on the website who would be the rider. 3, Milltown Bridge, Aaron Butterfield. This one trained by Gordon Chambers, qualified with the Spooners and West Dartmoor. 4 Minimalistic for the Darks, Edward and Sue Dark, trained by Sue, and Josh Newman is the rider on Minimalistic. Then 5 doesn't run because that's run already today, and 6 Steel Express by Craig Steele, predictably, and this one trained by Mike Vanstone for Nigel Mackenzie, Richard Denning and Sue Quick, qualified via the Tiverton Foxhounds. So those are your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runners in the 4th race here this afternoon. This is the Charles Stanley Wealth Managers intermediate race. Charles Stanley Wealth Managers since 1792. Well, clearly a lot of those people went around in 1792, but you'd like to think that they're carrying on a tradition that goes back beyond 1792 when it comes to point-to-pointing. And a lot of people here in the sunshine enjoying themselves. We will look at, we haven't got any horses in the paddock for the next race just at the moment, so we can go back to our roving reporter, Simon.
Okay, Dave Phillips, I always say the senior bookmaker on course today.
Not quite correct, Simon, because we got Jim Clark up the road from me here, who's actually given me 5 years. That's wonderful, isn't it? I feel really young.
No, well, that's the first winner of the day for you. It's looking really, really busy. How is it?
It's very busy, and beautiful day. This is a picturesque setting. This in Shepparton are probably the best 2 courses in the southwest. Fantastic. Yeah, it's really busy.
Brilliant. Good luck. All right, Jim Clark. Dave Phillips has just mentioned you in dispatches. He says you're giving him 5 years. You're looking very sprightly.
Well, I should be 82 in May next month.
And what's keeping you so cheerful and coming?
Nice glass of Chabolet most nights.
And is this one of your favourites?
What, this course?
Yeah,
yeah,
not the wine.
I always come here if I can, yeah. It's lovely.
Especially lovely today. Nice and busy as well, Jim. I'll leave you to it, mate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Dave and Jim. Jim's 82? Good gracious. They say he's the oldest bookmaker on the track. Well, I imagine he probably is, but he doesn't look it. So great to get an injection of energy from the betting ring there. People talking in terms of how much business there is. What a lovely day it is to be here at Fleet this afternoon. So far today, let's just bring ourselves up to date with everything that's happened. We had a couple of pony races to start off with. 13-year-old Nicole Connors successful on Poppet in the first of those, and then 12-year-old Harry Vigers successful on the Green Monk, a pony to follow, I would suspect, in our second pony race today. And then in terms of the racehorses, the races proper, 5 runners for the members race, which was won just by Skylander, ridden by Otis Morgan, a horse that absolutely loves it round here. Otis juggling a philosophy A-level with riding at weekends as well. Then the restricted race, a really honest performance by Honest Opinion, ridden by Darren Edwards, continuing a great week for trainer Dean Summersby, who won a point-to-point last weekend, and a Hunter Chase midweek as well, his first Hunter Chase. And then we only had the 2 for the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company Mixed Open, but a good race it was, and it was Virac who came out narrowly on top from Broad Clist. And Simon is here, hopefully with some starting. Have you got a starting price on? Was it 2s on Virac?
It was 5 to 2 on in the end.
5 to 2 on.
For it, yeah.
And what, just for the record, Broad Clist?
Broad Clist, that's a good question.
Well, I try.
I'll find out in a minute.
Oh well, don't worry. Don't worry, because it doesn't actually matter. It'll be on the website at some point with all the results as well. Simon is back from the betting ring. Is Jim really 82?
He's 82.
I won't have that.
He's 82.
Well, he looks about. God, what's he have for breakfast? I wouldn't mind.
He likes red wine. He's a fine connoisseur of red wine.
I bet he has 3 Weetabix as well. But anyway, so we move on to the 4th race here this afternoon. So we don't have Sake of Secrecy, but we have the other 5. And you can make a case for 1 or 2 of these. What did you? What's the news from the ring?
The news from the ring is Minimalistic. It's been evens, but it's generally a shade of odds on there. 4 to 5, 4 to 6. Steel Express is the one mainly fancied against it. 6 to 4, but I imagine that's probably drifted in the face of the money for the favourite. Final investment 7-2, Mootown Bridge 5-1, and Cottage Road 6-1. So it was a tight little race, nothing's without a chance, but Minimalistic is the one that they've latched on to as the favourite.
And we caught a bit of film earlier on. You said that there was a bit of a staff shortage in the betting ring earlier on.
Yeah.
I couldn't see whether you were taking money or handing it out, or both.
I was doing a bit of both. The
Right.
poor old Simon James, his staff couldn't turn up for various reasons, plus Newton Abbott's on today, so the staff
So what
were
would the
there.
overlap be in terms of bookmakers that might come to Fleet and might go to Newton Abbot?
I would imagine nearly all of the ones here could also have gone to Newton Abbot.
Right. And roughly how many here?
10.
And how many do you reckon at Newton Abbot?
I'd be about 20, I imagine.
Really, as many as that?
Yeah, and it's sold out in Newton Abbott.
What, the crowd there?
The crowd is sold out. I think they've only did advance tickets and it's sold out. So racing's obviously very popular still.
So that can't be more than 20 miles away, something like that.
Yeah.
And there's obviously a big link between the rules racing and the point-to-point racing in the southwest of England.
Very popular track, Newton Abbott. It's
Yeah.
nearly always has a very good crowd there, regardless.
Especially when the weather's like this.
Yeah, well, quite often, if it's like this, they are affected a bit because the holiday makers can go to the beach. But obviously, it's early in the year. If this had been June, then it would have been. It's when it's a bit dull in the summer they get the biggest crowds.
Yeah, the beach today, because although it is lovely, there is a little bit of a
I'm
breeze.
talking summer. I was forgetting myself. I was forgetting that it was April. But
It is still April the 16th, isn't it?
It's still snow yet. Not today,
I'll tell you what. I'm just going to have a look at the results from Newton Abbot. Do you think they'd rather be here or rather be at Newton Abbot today?
I think nearly all the favourites have won here as well, haven't they? So
So
here there's more people betting on it.
The winners at Newton Abbot have been 4-9. That was Nappers Hill, which Paul Nichols went to watch before he came here.
Yeah.
Then 5-4, so 4-9 favourite, 5-4 favourite, 2-1 favourite, Scrumpy Boy at 9-2. Ooh, 80-1. They'd have been jumping up
They
and
were
down
doing
with that.
okay until that point, weren't they? That would have been an absolute skinner.
Yeah, and then 4-1 as well. Excellent. Well, look, lovely to see you, and more from the betting ring from Simon in a few moments' time. Where are the runners for the next? I'm not absolutely certain what the hold-up should be, if indeed there is a hold-up. This next race scheduled for 3:55, and I have to tell you that as soon as one of the runners appears in the paddock, it will be getting, there's a big gap to allow for Santini to be paraded and for everyone to applaud that horse. I thought I know it's flat racing and I know that we're at the heart of jumping here, but I can tell you that the Greenham Stakes at Newbury, important race heading towards the 2,000 guineas and indeed towards all of the major flat races of the summer, has been won by the Richard Fahey trained Perfect Power, who's another favourite, 6-4 favourite, beat Lucille of Richard Hannon's with a Rafe Beckett horse, Angel Blur, in third place. So that may or may not be of interest to you. And Charlie Appleby, surprise, surprise, and the Godolphin team successful in the Fred Darling Stakes with Wild Beauty at odds of 3-1, ridden by William Buick. Racing Post website for all the results taking place this afternoon. Talking of websites, pointingdc.co.uk is the website for the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area, which presents this live stream. And if you go to pointingdc.co.uk, then you can get all the information of upcoming fixtures and lots of other bits and pieces, other bits of news as well. Pointing DC, D for Devon, C for Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk, as we reflect a little bit further now on the Mixed Open, because Olive Nichols is here as well now. Get nice and close to our mic there, Olive. Well done. Somebody said before, this is going to be a race, and it wasn't just a walkover. Well,
no, definitely
shouldn't
not.
use the word walkover. Wasn't just a cakewalk for you.
No, it really wasn't.
So talk us through it, as we'd say to your dad.
Well, he definitely didn't give it to me easy. He is a very good horse, but he's quite misdeceiving. I thought 2 out we were in trouble.
You were just having to do a bit of encouraging.
Yeah, he does take a minute to sort of, as soon as he sees the line, he knows where it is, and then he grows another gear, but he doesn't go on before that.
And during the race itself, I thought you jumped fine, didn't you?
Yeah, jumped okay.
Yeah.
He is a good jumper. He got me out of trouble. He did put in a couple of times, but that's the way he likes to jump sometimes, so leave him be.
And he's practically older than you are. So
Yeah,
he has been around.
He knows a
seen
lot
it,
more
done
than
it,
me.
You know, so because I forget how old he is now, but he's a veteran.
He's
isn't
13
he? Was he
now,
once
so-
rated about 159? I think. On
Yeah.
the rules. So he's a good horse.
Yeah.
Well, what about you? So just the two horses. Bit of chatting during the race, or is it so tactical that you don't speak to each other?
We did have to keep making sure what lap we were on.
Well,
Quite a long way.
Well, I was going to say, because you start sort of right the way over
Yeah.
behind us, so that you come up past us, and then you had to remember it's
4 times fast paced,
Yeah.
So sort of 1 second to go, we had to keep reminding we still had another one.
Well, yeah, for a stride, and I was listening to the commentator because he knew how many, and he hadn't really started getting excited until the final circuit. And what's that? 6, 7 wins now.
7 winners, yeah.
Well, and you only started at just
December,
before the new
yeah.
year. So just put into words how much fun you're having.
Oh, it is amazing, and to have such fun horses, to go out and learn loads and have fun as well. And not have to sort of cling on to a maiden. I can really enjoy it and learn lots for the future.
And Dad said that you love the whole sort of amateur thing, the hunter chases, the pointing, all that kind of thing.
I think it really does bring in an element of fun to it, as opposed to it being a lot more high pressure.
Yeah. And I can see a real rivalry with you and Freddie Gingell growing, because you obviously know each other really well.
Yeah.
Don't you? So did you ride in pony races against each other?
Yeah, we did our first pony race together when we had both just turned 9.
Good gracious.
And did pony club together before that, so we've always been pretty competitive.
I can see an ITV1 Sunday night drama developing on this front. And tell me about, we were talking to Otis Morgan, who rode a winner earlier on. He's doing his A-levels, so he's juggling A-levels and riding. You're doing your GCSEs quite soon?
Doing my GCSEs.
How's studying going?
Well, I'm hoping nearly as well as I'm riding, but I'd be lying to say that.
So how do you find it? So you work away at school during the week, and then you come, and do you ride before you go to school and stuff? Or
ride before and after school.
Right.
And try cramming as much as I can when I'm there, so that I don't have to do as much at home.
There's a cheeky smile on your face, Olive, when you say that. Are you cramming in as much as you should be?
Well, time will tell.
Yeah, excellent. Well, time's certainly telling as far as the racing is concerned. Well done, great start.
Thank you very much.
And lovely to see the Nichols name continuing through the next generation.
Yeah.
Been great. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Lovely to see Olive, who was successful. That was her 7th win in point of points, or her 7th win earlier on Virac in the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company Mixed Open, riding in the colours of Clive Hitchings and her dad Paul, and that one trained by Sam Luxton. So another win for Sam, who's going pretty well at the moment. Right, horses appearing in the paddock for our next race. So an opportunity. This is race 4, and there is number 4, Minimalistic, which is of considerable interest. The camera is going to stick with him for a second. He's a 10-year-old by definite article, and for the Darks, qualified via the Modbury Harriers hunt. He is a horse, this Minimalistic, which had a long break. What was it? Nearly 3 years. Never got into an intermediate race at Buckfastleigh in January, but all things considered, that was fine. Then an excellent second to Sykes, no less, in front of some fair horses at Great Trethewey at the end of February, and won at Buckfastleigh by almost literally half the track. I don't think I've ever seen this in the form book before. Won by 180 lengths in the middle of March, leading all the way. Good performer in 2019. Mainly raced at 3 miles. This is 2.5 miles. But he did actually win a 2.5 mile race before. So Minimalistic, number 4 Minimalistic, of considerable interest for this race. There's number 2, Fine Investment. Miles Osborne trains, qualified via the Heathrow hunt, owned by Kay Gelbert. Did fine in the context of this kind of challenge and a handful of races under rules for trainer Barry Brennan. Has been a front runner, but has been well beaten in a couple of points to date. But Miles Osborne's had a pretty good time so far this season. He's got that good horse Moratorium that has won some nice races. So that just coming through, that's Steel Express coming through. Steel Express, a 10-year-old by Craig Steele. did win a race, a bumper at Exeter under rules. Going okay in point-to-points, overcoming a near 3-year absence to win a couple of them of late, as you can see in the form figures there. 2 out of 4 since mid-January. Quite fortunate second time, but won the Chipley Hunt race in January in pretty good style. Tiny bit mixed in between. There's number 6, Steel Express. Behind Steel Express we've got Minimalistic, so we can then go further behind it again. We've got Fine Investment. So the other horse that's in the paddock is Milltown Bridge, which is, in fact, that's Cottage Rose, just appeared in the paddock. And that one there is number 3, Milltown Bridge, 5-year-old by Okavango. No UK form so far, trained by Gordon Chambers, qualified with the Spooners. Jenny Luscombe owns, ran twice in Irish point-to-points and back in distance now. First time was not devoid of promise, that was in January, but subsequent run was not quite so good by Milltown Bridge. Aaron Butterfield is riding that one. And we'll go back to the betting ring for an update from there. Here we go.
Hello, Simon.
Hello, Dave. My weekly chat with you. No,
Yes,
you're looking good. So it's been really busy today.
Been really good. Massive crowd. We've got some decent runners, decent fields really as well, apart from the 2-runner race, which has been a result. So, yeah, no complaints today.
When it's a big crowd, is it do the results matter quite so much?
No, not really. Not really. Basically, it's quite a sort of bank holiday crowd, so there's no big lumps around. So just let it fall really. Whenever the book is at the end, that's what it is.
Have you been keeping track of the Newton Abbott results?
We just had one, but an 80-1 shot's gone in, which I've heard about. So my firm over there are quite happy as well.
Excellent. Yeah. Thanks very much, Dave. Cheers.
And that's lovely to see such enthusiasm in its crowds like that, which are adding to the enthusiasm. Jockeys in the paddock now for our 4th race. So we haven't seen number 1, Cottage Rose. Let's see if we can catch her. She is there with the cheek pieces, number 1. 8-year-old mare by Arvico, good southwest of England stallion. John Hurd is the trainer, qualified via the South Tech Kit, owned by the Hurds and Friends. Won the restricted on this card 12 months ago off the back of some less than inspiring form, a bit like this time, to be honest, and that's a plus. The best part of her season was post-Fleet in 2019 too, when runner-up at both fixtures. So this is her time of year. Number 1, Cottage Rose. There she is, and she is soon to be united with Darren Andrews. Darren, there he is, in the yellow and red. Had an excellent season, Darren, and he's on 11 winners so far, and past notable landmark as well. Good rider, and there he is on Cottage Rose. Behind Cottage Road there, that's Milltown Bridge. So if you look at, those are the colours, the blue with the lighter hoop for Milltown Bridge. More colours to look out for. Number 4 is Minimalistic. That's yellow with black. And the runners will be making their way out onto the track very shortly. And our commentator here this afternoon is Mark Dennis, who will describe the runners on their way to the start.
So we move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to our 4th race of the afternoon. This is the Charles Stanley intermediate race over the reduced trip of 2.5 miles. So they're coming down the home straight to the start. So first out we see is number 1, that's Cottage Rose, ridden by Mr. Darren Andrews, red with a yellow star, yellow sleeves, red armlets and a yellow cap. Next out is number 3, that's Milltown Bridge, ridden by Mr. Aaron Butterfield, and that's blue with a pink hoop and a blue cap. Following this one down is Minimalistic, number 4, ridden by Mr. Josh Newman, yellow with the black cross belts, armlets and cap. Next out is number 6, that's Steel Express, ridden by Mr. Martin McIntyre, white with the blue hoops, white sleeves, black Diablo, yellow cap with the with the black diamond, sorry. And the final one to go down is number 2. That's Fine Investment, ridden by Mr. George Hiscock. Red and white diamonds with their blue sleeves and a blue cap with a red diamond. So 5 go to post then for this intermediate. They're starting at the bottom of the home straight and around about 2.5 circuits to complete.
The horses on their way to the starting point for race 4, this Charles Stanley intermediate race. A couple of them having a look at the first fence. Let's just confirm the runners and riders for this race. There they are. Number 1, Cottage Rose with Darren Andrews. Number 2, Fine Investment with George Hiscock. 3, Milltown Bridge with Aaron Butterfield. Aaron Butterfield so associated with Footloose, which has had a tremendous season with 4 wins so far. 4, Minimalistic with Josh Newman riding that one for the Darks. 5 doesn't go. 6, Steel Express and Fly McIntyre, Martin McIntyre on board number 6, Steel Express. So I think there were a couple of riders there that weren't as on the website. George Hiscock on Fine Investment, Milltown Bridge with Aaron Butterfield. They go 2.5 miles this time. And the one, well, let's just find out what the strongest in the betting is, because
Minimalistic, it's all about Minimalistic. Now, it was even money, it's now 2-5. Very hot favourite now.
So Minimalistic, a strong favourite for this race. Minimalistic with Josh Newman riding in the yellow, right there, well, towards the left of the picture. The yellow colours, easy to spot. Then coming across the red and yellow of Cottage Rose. Those diamond colours of Fine Investment there. Number 3, Milltown Bridge. And then the much, the lighter colours with the darker hoops and the yellow cap of Steel Express. And they'll be on their way with 2.5 miles in front of them pretty shortly. Minimalistic had a long break, returned at Buckfastleigh in January, ran fine, then a good second and a 180 length winner last time. And that is, I've seen some big distances in the form book, but that was the longest I've seen. Away they go.
Intermediate over the 2.5 mile distance, and they're going to jump just the 15 fences, and they head down towards the first of them now. And Minimalistic with the advantage, quite a steady gallop away from the start. But Minimalistic, the favourite, 2-1 on favourite Minimalistic with the bookmakers, leads with about 2 lengths over Steel Express. Cottage Rose back in 3. Fine Investment is 4. Milltown Bridge, the back marker of the 5, as they take on fence number 2. Number 3 comes up pretty quickly as well. They sail over that one okay and make their way on to the next. So Minimalistic out over safely. Slightly skew-whiff jump on the outside there by Fine Investment, and just relegated to the back marker spot. So they race out into the country then for the first time in this intermediate. And Minimalistic and Josh Newman. Josh on the 4 winner mark for the season. Length and a half clear then as they tackle the open ditch for the first time. Come to it. Great jump there by the leader. Cottage Rose over in second under Darren Andrews. Darren on the 11 winner mark. Steel Express is next. And Martin McIntyre partners this one. They are about 2 lengths clear then of Fine Investment, who races just in front of Milltown Bridge. Just the back marker. Around about 5 lengths off the leader at the moment. And they're all over that safely and now continue around the back of the trees for the first time. So Minimalistic, the 2-1 on favourite. So then we go to Steel Express is 2-1. 4 is Fine Investment and Cottage Rose. 9-1 is Milltown Bridge, the outsider of the 5 then, as they now set themselves up for this plain island fence at the far end of the course. And again, they're all over that safely. And Steel Express may just have taken over fractionally, although Minimalistic was ridden up on the outside to retake the lead. As they now begin the right sweeping bend that takes them down to their first descent down over the hill. Steel Express on the inside of Minimalistic, and then Cottage Rose is 3. About 3 lengths back then to Fine Investment, and another 2 to Milltown Bridge and Aaron Butterfield. So they've completed a descent then, and now race along a level and tackle another plain fence. As they do so, Steel Express jumped it in fine style out in front, jumped it really well on the on the inside of Minimalistic as they sweep slightly left-handed and now right-handed to come in to the home straight once more. One circuit complete then in this intermediate. They sail over the next. That'll be the final fence in a circuit's time then. So Steel Express on the inside of Minimalistic. 2 lengths then back to Fine Investment, who's improved on the outside of Cottage Rose. And about 2.5 lengths then to Milltown Bridge, who is still the back marker as they cross the next then. And they're all over that safely. And continue on to another plain fence at the top of the home straight. Minimalistic and Steel Express. Those two jump and land together. Steel Express just lost a bit of ground there on the bend and ridden along for a few strides by Martin McIntyre to maintain his half-length deficit on Minimalistic, and they've gone about 3 lengths clear then of Fine Investment, who's just a half-length clear then of Cottage Rose in 4, and are another 3 back to Milltown Bridge. So this is the ditch then for the final time. Leader sailing over it. Steel Express has gone back up there in response to Martin McIntyre's urgings and has gone on by a half-length to the odds-on favourite Minimalistic. Cottage Rose now comes under pressure. Fine Investments looks to be travelling reasonably well at this point as they take on this plain fence at the final one in the back straight, and a better jump there by the leader Steel Express, and just goes on by 2.5 lengths then as they disappear from view momentarily, and they race that up then to the third last. So as they reappear then, Steel Express by a half length to Minimalistic, Fine Investment in 3, Cottage Road is 4, Milltown Bridge continues as the back marker and has never been better, but they now prepare then to leave the back behind them and begin a right-handed turn to come back towards us. So Steel Express ridden out in front by Martin McIntyre, Minimalistic and Josh Newman beginning to get lower in the saddle on this one. Fine Investment, George Hiscock is next, then Cottage Rose and Milltown Bridge still the back marker. So they completed a descent then and race along the level and on towards this second last. So Steel Express and Martin McIntyre out over safely, around about 3 lengths in hand over Minimalistic. Fine Investments in behind this. Milltown Bridge is improved on the inside of Cottage Rose, so they arrive now at the top of the home straight, and Minimalistic has taken over, retaken the lead and goes on by 3 lengths there, and Steel Express really dived at the final fence. That's done his chance. So Minimalistic, the odds-on favourite, 2-1 on, is going to take the intermediate in fine style, around about 7 or 8 lengths in the end from Steel Express. Milltown Bridge has improved into 3 from Fine Investment in 4. Cottage Rose has been pulled up.
So there's our winner of the 4th race this afternoon, the Charles Stanley Intermediate race. Just for a bit, I thought Steel Express had the hot favourite in a bit of difficulty, but some good jockeyship through the closing stages by Josh Newman has secured success for the strong favourite. But I'll tell you what, both the runner-up Steel Express, number 6 there, right in the centre of our picture, and particularly the 3rd placed horse, which is just being unsaddled there, just the rider just getting off. That's Aaron Butterfield. That's run very nicely. I'd definitely bear that one in mind, Milltown Bridge, for the future. But Minimalistic has won again, and clearly, look at the form figures there. You can see hadn't run for a long time. Then made a okay return at Buckfast Lee. Then was an excellent second at the end of February, and bolted up last time at Buckfast Lee. and he's been able to win again today. Let's take a look at the closing stages as Josh Newman, on his 99th success, walks off stage left on our screen. We can look at the closing stages of the race. Plenty of water being poured over these heroes at the end of the intermediate. Right, here we have a different angle for you to watch this one. All 5 still in the hunt, but Cottage Rose is going to be pulled up subsequently. And the lead's about a length, maybe a length and a quarter for Steel Express coming down the hill. And it just seemed to be responding really well to the urgings of Martin McIntyre. And as they go through that gap, coming down to really the closing stages, a bit wider there, which was probably an advantage for the eventual winner. At that one, just good jump there from Minimalistic, and Minimalistic has asserted then on the long run towards the final obstacle over that one, and a little bit untidy in second with Steel Express. But as I say, just keeping on quite eye-catchingly was Milltown Bridge in the third place, and I'm sure that at some point finished third and then fourth in the end. Fine investment. So plenty of water in the red buckets being poured over these horses on this warm South Devon afternoon, and we'll get some starting prices shortly, but Minimalistic will be confirmed as the winner at a pretty short price. Haven't got all the details yet for our race 5, but I'll tell you there are 5 runners. Number 4 Footloose is the only one out of that race. So it's 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6 will be taking part in the 5th race, and that's the Oriental Club Owner Trainer Conditions race at 4:30. So that'll be in about 25 minutes time, something like that. But no, nice success for Minimalistic, and as far as the winning rider is concerned, Josh Newman, I think that's 11 winners for the season, and 99 is it all in? We'll probably speak to him in a few moments time to just hear how many that is, and so he's right on the brink of a notable landmark, a really notable landmark. But what a solid rider he's been for so long, based with Alan, or riding that winner for Alan King at the Cheltenham Festival a few years ago, and an absolute stalwart of point to point, and indeed rules racing in the southwest of England now. Josh Newman rode a Hunter Chase winner this last week, 16 letters, a horse that's been seen in point to points in the past, and Josh Newman has won that for Edward and Sue Dark, with Sue the trainer of the horse, and did win by a very long way last time, and has followed up today. And the winning rider, Josh Newman, is here now. Afternoon on the live stream. Wouldn't be the same without you, Josh, here. Happily in the winner's enclosure. Well done, first of all. I thought the eventual runner-up, Steel Express, was giving you plenty to think about.
I think Fly probably thought that too. It's quite a sharp track. It's 2.5 miles. Mine's a big horse. I probably wasn't always comfortable, but I wasn't sort of panicking at any stage. Just kept keeping going forward. His jumping's very good. I wanted to sit on him down the hill, and I thought, well, I'll come with one run. We winged 2 out, and he took the hill well, and thankfully put it to bed. Just
talk us through the bit from the second last to the last and then up to the finishing line, because it's not that straightforward.
No, it's not. I suppose the doll pushes you over to the right, doesn't it? And then
you were angling out quite wide, were you? Over the second last?
I stayed quite tight.
Oh right.
So I've taken different lines, but no, fine, and it rides better than it walks.
Right. In terms of the actual, what by that you mean?
Like the last bend, so after 2 out and over there's obviously the road crossing, isn't there, with a bit of wood chip on it, and they've kept you to one specific spot to keep it safe. Plenty of wood chip on it, and like the rest of the course, they've done a fantastic job with the weather conditions.
and you were featured on the Go Pointing website this week. That big grin on your face, talking about who your heroes are. So Will Biddick will be buying you a drink.
Oh yeah, I drove him down here today, so he'll definitely be buying me a drink. That's for sure.
Is that 99 point-to-point winners now?
99, yeah.
The nervy 90. Well, you've been in the nervy 90s for a bit.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a monkey on my back, really, but there we go. We keep chipping away.
How many hunter chases on top of that?
3. I haven't actually ridden that many hunter chase winners. So.
But you did in the last few days.
Yeah, last Sunday,
16
letters. He ran a cracker. Yeah, he couldn't have done it anymore.
Where's that?
Wincanton, yeah.
And so how do you? In fact, I've seen plenty of you this week because you rode that hunter chase winner at Wincanton. You led something up that was brought down at Southall.
Oh, Southall, yeah.
Looked as though it was still in with the shout.
Yeah, I actually thought he got outpaced 2 out.
Remind me of the
slightly
name.
Slow, and I thought he would come back after last. It was
What was
gutter. Stratton Oakmont.
Oh yeah.
He really didn't deserve that. So gutter.
Yeah. So actually, it's been a varied week and a good week as well.
Yeah.
How many more today?
1 more.
Right. Could be the what? Just remind me of the name.
Hold Me Tight.
Oh yeah. And any chance that could be number 100?
Well, I always try.
Excellent, excellent. Well, look, well done. I think they want to present you with a trophy.
Thanks
Lovely to see
very
you.
much. Thank you.
Lovely to see Josh here. 99 point-to-point winners now. What a tremendous total that is. And I wonder whether he might get there on Hold Me Tight racing here at Flete Park a little bit later on this afternoon as we take you back to the betting ring.
Mike, the favourites keep going in, but you seem quite cheerful still.
Yes, I've been keeping on my side, Simon. Got a good card, I think it all win, and this will win here to Dartmoor Fox as well.
Have you been up and off the still betting them?
Sorry, mate?
Have you been up and off the still betting them?
I bet them, laying the rags. Yes, got to do it today, Simon.
Good man.
Cheers, Si.
So that caught me unawares. That brings you right up to date with the very latest from the betting ring. Just having a look at Hold Me Tight, actually, which is in the Luscombe May maiden race, which rounds off proceedings. Hopefully there were plenty of entries in that race, so hopefully there will be plenty of runners, but we haven't got news of race 7 just yet, but we will later on. I think there are 2 really fascinating horses in that final race of the day. One of those is Gentle Frank, which was luckless at Maysmore the other day. What does the form figure says? C. Yeah, was given no chance of staying in a race at Maysmore. And if Young William runs as well, don't know whether those 2 horses run yet, but both of them look to have nice chances at the end of the day. What are we going to do now? We hopefully can update you on the runners and riders for our next race. As you can hear behind me, the presentations are taking place for the 4th race. There they are. There's Josh Newman, having left our microphone, ready to receive his trophy for that last race. And just to confirm the name of the last race in full, like to do it in full, the Charles Stanley Wealth Managers since 1792, and sponsors of the intermediate race 4 here this afternoon. So Josh debriefs the point-to-point media there. Trophies are about to be presented, and I wonder whether I can update you, give you news, can I now, of the runners and riders for the 4:30 race. Sometimes we have a nice caption for you, but maybe we just have to wait a second before. In fact, there we have it. There we have the nice caption, and the horses just taking 1 out. Number 4 doesn't go, so compared to the website, compared to the race card, it's number 1, Annalise Mariniere with Ella Herbison. 2, Dan's Wee Man with Daisy White. 3, Doctors Differ. 5, Talk of the South. That one for the Bayments. Chad Baymont riding Talk of the South. And the Dapper Fox with Jack Vasey. Jack, who also trains this horse, qualified via the Silverton Hunt, has an amazing record at Fleet. Form figures at Fleet, the Dapper Fox, of 3-1-1, 2-2, 2-2, 4P in 9 visits here. So that has to be of interest. I'm going to bring Simon Knott in now to talk about, because runners are arriving in the paddock. I think we're catching up with a slightly, we got a little bit behind hand, but we're catching up gradually now. And what do you want to give us first? Starting prices for the last race?
Starting prices for the last race. We're actually 4 to 7. 11 to 4 and 6 to 1.
So just to
Lifted a bit at the
confirm,
end there.
the winner was our minimalistic at 7 to 4 on.
Yep.
What price was the third horse? Did you just?
Yes, 6.
I don't think that'll be 6 next time. I thought that ran a very nice race indeed. Milltown Bridge it was, wasn't it? So we come on to the Oriental Club owner-trainer conditions race, staged over a distance of 3 miles, and we have 5 runners in this race.
We do.
What sort of betting have we got?
Well, you were talking about the Dapper Fox, and that's the one they're all backing. The Dapper Fox, even though it's 14, still wins according to the Shrewdies I talked to down in the ring. Even money, you can still get. Some of the bookmakers got a bit careful odds on, but you can still get even to what I left there. After that, it's fairly competitive. Doctors differ 9 to 4. Talk of the Safe and Dan's Wee Man about 3 to 1, and the outside of the lot, number 1, Anne-Louise Monnier, 10 to 1.
Did you say Dan's Wee Man?
Yes, 3 to 1.
3 to 1.
Talk of the Safe and Dan's Wee Man, 3 to 1 each of 2. Doctors differ 9 to 4. The Dapper Fox evens, number 1, Anne-Louise Monnier, 10 to 1.
I have to say, I came here thinking today that I like the Dapper Fox, but not at those odds. I'd have liked he's a 12-year-old. He has got this unbelievable record, or barely believable record. It's not unbelievable because it's true. Yeah. It's this outstanding record round Fleet. And it is a horses for courses track, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we know, as Skylander proved earlier on.
All 3 of the Shrewdies I speak to, they all said unanimously the Dapper Fox wins, even though it's 14. So who am I to argue?
It's 12 actually, I think. But is it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but even so, but even so, but the point is well made.
Yeah.
Loving your reports from the ring. Will we have someone else too?
There's a few cameras shy. I think I've got a couple left that I might bully into it yet.
All right. Well, get plenty of people shouting the Dapper Fox. It's a great name as well, isn't it?
It is,
absolutely.
proper.
Proper contender. Thanks to Simon for being with us on the live stream throughout the afternoon, updating from the betting ring. Well, the Dapper Fox is number 6, and we're going to switch cameras now and show you the runners in the paddock. And in fact, just walking across there is number 6. So let's see if we can pick up the Dapper Fox. Looking pretty dapper this afternoon as well. And the Dapper Fox is the race car says he's 14. He says he's 12, but he is 14 actually. Simon was absolutely right. So 14-year-old by Dapper. Form figures of late of a 2 and a 4. Jack Vasey owns, trains and rides, qualified with the Silverton Hunt. Has won plenty over the years. Pulled up in this last year, but previously a winner on the track. And I'm just going to repeat that. 9 visits to Fleet. And here he is, the Dapper Fox. Form figures of a 3, 2 1s, 4 2s, a 4 and a P. And he is the most popular horse in the betting ring today, this 14-year-old. Apologies, Simon. You were quite right. The race card says 12, but it is 14, the Dapper Fox. But a classic example of 14 years young. Well, let's just behind there is number 1. That's Annalise Mariniere, a mere 12-year-old. Number 1 in the list of runners. Number cloth very clear indeed. And this guy is a 12-year-old by Network. Janet Ackner owns and trains, qualified via the Exmoor Hunt. A couple of reasonable efforts in the spring of last year. This time you can look at the form P3 PRP. So not a lot to report. The 4th first time out behind Twig, or run behind Twig. Looks something on which to build, but hasn't done much, and refused to race once as well, and was reluctant on another occasion. But good to see him back. Annalise Mariniere, very much part of the scene. And there is Doctors Differ by Mr. Dinos. This one trained by George Hiscock, qualified via the South Dorset, and ridden by Gabriella Ortwell, number 3, Doctors Differ. Form figures of late of an R, a P and a 3. Much better in a small field in an identical race to this couple of weeks ago. Has won 4 pointed points in the past, but not for a year or two. Lovely shots though on the live feed from the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area of Doctors Differ for the Hiscocks. preceded there by Annalise Mariniere. So we've seen Annalise. We haven't seen Dan's wee man, number 2. There he is, though, right in the centre of shot. Dan's wee man, 13-year-old by Cafe Tara. Daisy White owns, trains, rides, qualified via the Beaufort Hunt. Last 2 runs better, and good to see the combo getting round. Form of the second at Cherrybrook, not bad at all. Beaten 3.5 lengths, even if Footloose was fairly comfortable. Footloose, who's not taking part in this race, has been on the go for goodness knows how long, this Dan's wee man, number 2. About 10 years, I think. Rules and point-to-points. Won a couple of point-to-points for Guy Disney. Talking of Guy Disney, if you haven't seen it, Guy is the ex-soldier who lost a leg in the Afghanistan war, and with a prosthetic limb has been successful in races. And ITV have done a series lately called Against the Odds, and there have been a few programmes. Desert Orchid was one of them. Not quite certain how Against the Odds worked for Desert Orchid, but Against the Odds certainly worked for Guy Disney. And I'd have a look at the ITV Hub if I were you, because that would be a very entertaining, informative and quite moving programme to watch. And Guy Disney, Captain Disney, is he captain? I think Guy Disney anyway. He used to ride this guy, Dan's wee man, and won some point-to-points. So we've seen Annalise Mariniere, we've seen Dan's wee man, we've seen Doctors Differ, we've seen the Dapper Fox. We haven't seen number 5, and number 5 is, is that right on cue, did a little turn for us, almost as though he knew that we wanted to see him. Talk of the South, 13-year-old by Milan, trained by Helen Bayment, qualified with the Torrington Farmers. Bayment family horse, Talk of the South. Some okay form mixed in here. Run okay at Trebudanon a couple of times, not disgraced last time. Will keep on galloping, Talk of the South, when others have, as they say, cried enough. So that's a look at the 5th of our 6 runners for the Oriental Club Owner-Trainer Conditions Race. The Oriental Club, private members club in London. Big supporter of point-to-point racing for some time now, and very, very welcome as well, and hugely grateful that they want to support this particular race at Flete Park today as well. I know people are joining the live stream all the time. This is Dapper Fox. Comes through our picture. Let's just tell you what's happened so far today. The 2 o'clock was the Asalan Called Fish Hunt members race, hairstylist from Bridge, 8 miles from Flete Park, and the race was won by number 8 Skylander, just odds on favourite. Then we had the Wayne Holmes Restricted at 2:35, and Honest Opinion and Darren Edwards were successful there. Good run from Honest Opinion, and continuing a very good week for Dean Summersby. Just the 2 runners for the Totnes and Bridge Races Company Mixed Open. Totnes and Races Company, such big supporters of racing in the southwest of England, jump racing and point-to-pointing. And we had another win for Miss Nichols, Olive Nichols, who's doing her GCSE, 16 years old, riding Virac, partly owned by her dad, Paul Nichols, 12-time champion trainer, and Clive Hitchings, trained by Sam Loxton. So for Sam, that was winner number 8 of the season. And then the Charles Stanley Wealth Managers since 1792 intermediate race at 3:55, won by Minimalistic, was also a strong favourite. So horses arriving in the paddock horses are in, the jockeys arriving in the paddock, and I don't know if we can just swing the camera so we can look at the colours there. As we look across there, Annalise Mariniere, that's the blue with the yellow hoop just on the left-hand side of your picture. No, it's not, sorry, it's in the middle of your picture. Then we've got Dan's wee man, yellow with the green spots, that's on the right of the picture. Doctors differ, the royal blue with the yellow sash. That is the one on the left, so a lot of blue, but there's the sash and the hoops in the centre of the track. And then we've got the other two riders joining us shortly. They were probably changing separately, Chad Bayment and Jack Vasey. So they'll be in the paddock with us shortly as well. Time is 25 past 4, so this race scheduled for about 5 minutes time. And we'll get an update from the betting ring shortly, but the Dapper Fox, looking at picture, loves the challenge that is posed by racing at Flete Park. They start on the far side of the track from the main viewing area. Then they run to the right. They go uphill. They go slightly downhill. They go through gaps. They go markedly downhill through more gaps. Then markedly uphill past the crowded enclosures area. And then heading slightly to their right, they head downhill again over onto the far side of the track. This is parkland, and you can see plenty of forestry in the park here. And there's a shot over on the far side of the track. They jump that from the far side to this side. And the thanks of the Dartmoor point-to-point. This is the Dartmoor Foxhounds point-to-point. Thanks to the Mildmay White family who own this magnificent estate, and they permit 2 point-to-points on the estate every spring. So there's this one today, and we'll be back at it again at Flete in 2 weeks' time. Oh, and there are some reminders about point-to-pointing in Devon and Cornwall area. There's the website www.pointingdc.co.uk, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram as well. The crucial things to remember are at pointingdc. And if you like the hashtag Go Pointing, which I don't personally, but a lot of other people do, then that is the one to use. And there is Chad Bayment with Jack Vasey just going past him. And so you've got an idea of the colours as well. Jack, in colours described as green, white epaulets, which you can see the epaulets very clearly, half sleeves and a green cap. And according to the betting, that is the really popular horse for this race. Wonder whether we might, it looks as though Talk of the South is going to be the first one to be mounted, number 5, where is, they're just sorting him out before he's going to appear in the picture from the left-hand side very shortly. And there he is, Chad getting up on board. The Bayment family, Jack and Jake and Chad, classic examples of people who just love it. And I imagine there's quite a bit of rivalry between the brothers as well. Jake's had plenty of success. The green colours with the spots there, that's Dan's wee man. As I say, 1 point of points ridden by Guy Disney, and that TV programme Against the Odds, you'll find that on the ITV hub. Fine racing as well. All the Cheltenham replays, I imagine, if you look hard enough on the hub. That's Talk of the South just going through our picture now, as Dan's wee man takes another lap of the track. Still waiting for Ella Herbison to get on board Annalise Mariniere. But there's Doctors Differ, rider in the yellow sash, the dark cap. It was the Dapper Fox that was all the rage earlier on in the betting ring. Is it still, Simon, the Dapper Fox?
Still all the rage. It's now best you'll get now is 6-4 on, but Dan's wee man is also coming for support. So you've got two against the field really there. So going down the card, we've got Anna Louise Monnier 14. Dan's wee man probably best price 6-4 now. Doctors Differ 4-1, Talk of the South 4-1, Dapper Fox 6-4 on.
Excellent. That's the very latest from the betting ring as we switch cameras back onto the paddock. Oh, you got me for a second, but here we are. There's Talk of the South. It looks as though Dan's Wee Man in the yellow with the green spots will lead them out. Dan's Wee Man, form of the second at Cherrybrook, pretty decent, not beaten too far. And Mark Dennis, our commentator, to describe them down to the start.
Race, and the runners now coming out to head down to the start. And the first one out we see is number 2, Dan's Wee Man, ridden by Miss Daisy White, yellow with the green spots and a green cap. Next out is number 5, Talk of the South, ridden by Mr. Chad Bayment, black with the white chevron, black sleeves and a black and white corded cap. In behind this we're going to see number 6, the Dapper Fox, ridden by Mr. Jack Vasey, green with the white epaulets, half sleeves and a green cap. Following this one down will be number 3, that's Doctors Differ, ridden by Miss Gabriella Ortwell, royal blue with a yellow sash and a black cap.
So, lovely shots through the trees of the runners making their way.
Ridden by Miss Ella Hudson, and that's navy with the yellow hoop, half sleeves and a yellow cap. So those are the 5 runners that go to post then for this 5th race of the afternoon, the Oriental Club owner and trainer conditions race, and they are due away at 4:30. So we're just a minute past post time now.
But they will be catching up very shortly. And there's the Dapper Fox. Those green colours, good colours those. The green with the white epaulets. Jack Vasey on board, looking very serious as he left the paddock, making his way towards the start. Wonder if we've got that caption just to confirm the runners and riders in this race. We've got a nice caption that just gives us, there they are, so just confirmation. It's 1, Annalise Mariniere, 2, Dan's Wee Man, the yellow colours of the spots, 3, Doctors Differ, 5, Talk of the South, 6, the Dapper Fox. So very green, the Dapper Fox, Jack Vasey, that's the favourite. And yellow with green spots, Dan's Wee Man, quite well back, second favourite. And they're the 2 for money, as they say, in the Oriental Club owner-trainer conditions race level 3, race 5 in the sunshine at Flete Park this afternoon. Thank you for that. Final adjustments just being made. The 2 favourites, or the favourite and the second favourite, towards the centre of the group. I'll tell you that if you're able to be with us for the 6th race this afternoon, we've got news that there are going to be 3 runners in that race. 1, 2 and 5. 1, 2 and 5 in race 6 at 5:05, but more on that a little bit later on. I hope you agree that this live stream from the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point areas brought quite different angles, and terrific different angles as well. We have cameras dotted around the various tracks, and that's just giving you a different perspective to see these 5 horses: Annalise Mariniere, Dan's Wee Man, Doctors Differ, Talk of the South and the Dapper Fox. Right, they're just about ready to go. Mark Dennis.
Away from the start then for this conditions race, owner-trainer combination, and they sail over the first, and Dan's Wee Man was the one that led them out over. The Dapper Fox was the back marker of the 5 then, and Talk of the South up into second as they just disappear behind the trees quickly and before they reappear, and they do on the run to fence number 2. So Dan's Wee Man and Daisy White take them out over. About a length clear then of Talk of the South. Doctors Differ is next in 3. And behind these we see Annalise Morinier and the Dapper Fox, the back marker of the 5 then as they begin the turn. That's going to bring them down over the hill for the first time. And as they make their descent then, so the Dapper Fox was the 2-1 on favourite. And 6-4 is Dan's Wee Man, 4-1 for Doctors Differ and Talk of the South, and Annalise Morinier is the outsider of them at 10-1. So they're on the run at the bottom of the course and over a plain fence in this part of the course, and they're over that safely. And Talk of the South takes on Dan's Wee Man as they head up slightly uphill into the top of the home straight. Now take a slight left-hander to take on the next fence, number 4 of the 18, and they're all over that safely. So Talk of the South now just with a fractional advantage over Dan's Wee Man, and these two have gone clear. They've gone around about 10 lengths clear then of Annalise Morinier, who's back in 3. Another 6 lengths then back to the Dapper Fox and Doctors Differ at the back. It was a little bit untidy in the air over that, Doctors Differ. And Ella Ortwell just ridden that one along for a stride or two after that fence, and continues to do so on the outside of the favourite, the Dapper Fox. But up front, Talk of the South's going to make this a bit of a test, as he's gone a couple of lengths clear now of Dan's Wee Man in second. They're about 6 lengths clear then of Annalise Morinier, as they now race up the back straight and on towards the open ditch for the first time. They come to it now. Talk of the South just steadied into it and didn't jump that particularly well, Talk of the South, and being ridden along away from that fence by Chad Baymont up on the inside of Dan's Wee Man, who's just taken over the lead and goes on by a half length. They're still well clear then of Annalise Morinier, who's around about 12 lengths back in 3, as they cross the next one circuit complete in this conditions race. They're all over that safely. Doctors Differ now the back marker under Ella Ortwell. Ella based up in Somerset and works for the men's champion elect Will Biddick, so getting plenty of the schooling on the right things there as the leaders cross the next then, and they're all over it safely. So Dan's Wee Man now back to the lead of about 3 lengths over Talk of the South after that injection of pace earlier on in the circuit. And these two are again around about 12 lengths clear then of Annalise Morinier. Then comes the Dapper Fox and Doctors Differ about around about 5 lengths off of those two. So the leaders then have completed the descent down over the hill and racing along a level on towards another plain fence, and Dan's Wee Man jumped that beautifully. Talk of the South again was a little bit untidy over it, and it's ridden away from it fairly vigorously again by Chad Baymont, as these two now arrive at the top of the home straight. So Doctors Differ, with Dan's Wee Man on the inside of Talk of the South, and Talk of the South now ridden as he has been pretty much throughout on the outside of Dan's Wee Man. They're around about 12, maybe 15 lengths clear then of the Dapper Fox, who's now going to try and reel in these two leaders into third from Annalise Morinier. Just under a circuit left to race, and Doctors Differ continues, but a long way adrift of the lead now. Doctors Differ jumped that pretty well, but the leaders are safely on their run out into the country then for the final time. So up front, Dan's Wee Man by around about 2 lengths to Talk of the South. The Dapper Fox is trying to make inroads into the leads of these two as they race up the back straight then and up towards the open ditch for the final time. So Dan's Wee Man and Daisy White lead them out over the ditch. They're 3 or 4 lengths clear now of the hard-ridden Talk of the South under Chad Baymont, and the Dapper Fox, Jack Vasey's beginning to get busy on this one as well. So Daisy White on Dan's Wee Man has got them all at it at the moment and is going to try and do it the hard way. She's going to try and run the finish out of her rivals as they tackle the next end. Got in a little bit tight to that, the leader, but maintains a 4-length advantage over Talk of the South. The Dapper Fox is still giving chase back in 3. Annalise Mariniere is back in 4, and Doctor's Differ continues, but a long way adrift, 30-40 lengths adrift of the leader now as he approaches 3 out, and he's increased his lead. Dan's Wee Man's gone around about 8 lengths clear then of Talk of the South, who's still under strong pressure from Chad Bayment, and the Dapper Fox also got a lot on his plate to go and catch this leader now as Dan's Wee Man sweeps the right-hander to come down over the hill for the final time then, although Talk of the South is getting a little bit closer now for Chad Bayment's urgings. The Dapper Fox looks held back in 3 and is going to need to sprout wings from there, so they've completed the descent then, and Dan's Wee Man still with the advantage over Talk of the South. 2 out coming up then for the leader, sails out over it, jumps it really well from Talk of the South. Now they come slightly uphill to round the hurdle into the home straight then, and Dan's Wee Man is clear, still clear from Talk of the South as they arrive at the top of the home straight then. The only dangers maybe in front for the leader, who looks to be getting a little bit weary as Talk of the South now is being produced on the outside by Chad Bayment. These two now race down to the line, neck and neck. Talk of the South maybe just getting on top then from Dan's Wee Man. The Dapper Fox back in 3, and they've the only 3 to finish. The rest have been pulled up.
Declaration for the 7th and final race now closed. Declaration for the 7th race now closed.
So, there is our winner. Another success for the Bayment family. Chad this time. Chad, who's been successful on Talk of the South. A first winner for Chad Bayment. Jake would have ridden a few winners, but and that's a really notable success for the Bayment family as a whole. Certainly for Chad. Talk of the South is a horse actually that's promised to run well. I think Gordon Chambers might have had him before. Certainly ran one very decent race, 1 or 2 decent races, and they're absolutely delighted, the Bayment family, and the neat bit of symmetry there is that Chad rode his first ever pony race winner here as well. So therefore a really notable day for the Bayments, for Chad Bayment. And there he is. You can see horse that ran really well in second and led for a long way, Dan's Wee Man in the foreground. But in the background there with the cheek pieces, that is Talk of the South. And Talk of the South, I think that will be a great result for the bookmakers. We'll get news of the starting prices from Simon very shortly. But well, it was 5-1 the winner, though. We'll have the full result for you shortly. So 5-1, certainly not the most popular. Let's have a look at the closing stages of the race again. And here we are. And at this point, Dan's Wee Man, Daisy White, has got a final tune out of this one as they go through that gap. But Talk of the South is well within shouting distance. You can see the Dapper Fox never really got in a blow on this occasion. But even so, coming down the hill, 2 to jump in the owner-trainer conditions race, you'd have had to think that Dan's Wee Man and Daisy White were going to keep going. Here's the second last. Definitely getting closer, Talk of the South, isn't he? Here's 2 out. who's going to jump this. You know, there's still 3 or 4 lengths in between them at that point, but Talk of the South, he's a 13-year-old by Milan. He's responding really well to the urgings of his rider, and now I love the way that shot goes from that shot to this one to give us a real good view of the last. There's only, 3/4 of a length between them there. And then Chad says, come on, we are going to win this race. And he's going to overhaul Dan's wee man in the very closing stages of the race. So, success in the Oriental Club Owner-Trainer Conditions Race 4. Number 5, Talk of the South, at odds of 5-1 for the Bayment family. And let's bring in the triumphant jockey Bayment on this occasion. It's Chad. Your first winner in a point-to-point.
Yeah, my first winner, yeah.
Well, that's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it was good, yeah. Very good.
And coming down the hill, what was it? Dan's wee man still looked over the second last, had quite a big advantage.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to catch it when we was coming down the hill, but he managed to find an extra gear and managed to just catch it coming up the hill and jump in the last, managed to put his nose in front and went on to win, which is good.
And how good. You seem so calm there, but a big smile on your face. How just put into words how good that is, because your brother's ridden a few winners.
Yeah, he's ridden, I think it's 3 now this season.
Yeah.
He had his first one his first one of the season not long ago at Chebudanon on one of Mum and Dad's horses, which Mum and Dad trained this horse as well, which is brilliant. It's good that me and Jacob both got him a winner now, so it's brilliant. I'm ecstatic.
Bit of rivalry between the two of you?
There is, yeah. I've got to try and see if I can beat his amount of winners this season now.
All right, so you've got 2 more. He's on 3, is he?
I think he's on 3, yeah. So I've got 2 more, and then I'll be even.
And your mum and dad put a lot of
yeah,
effort
they do.
and a lot of investment in the whole thing.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
so paying them back must feel good.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it makes it all worthwhile now.
And what over the last up the hill, it's quite a testing closing stages,
yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
But your guy, he wasn't for stopping.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't stop as long as he's got a way forward.
Right.
When he's in behind, he's quite happy to just mosey round, which I thought approaching the last he was quite happy to mosey round. But then as soon as he got his head in front, he didn't want to let the other one pass, which is good.
And here today, with the crowds back in, the sun's out.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
You're in the winners' enclosure.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
That must feel. Is it going to be a bit of a party to celebrate?
I'd say so. Yeah. It's a Saturday night.
Excellent. Well, look, well done. I think there's a trophy for you over there.
Brilliant. Thank you very
lovely
much.
to see. Oh, you had a pony race win here as well.
I did. Yes. Yeah.
Was it your first pony race?
No, that wasn't my first. That was my first pony race win here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've ridden both my first wins on this course. So it must be a good omen.
Well, I hope you're back in a fortnight. We're all going to back you. Excellent. Lovely to see you.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Well done to Chad Bayment. Successful there in the Oriental Club Owner-Trainer Conditions Race. And a family horse. This is proper point-to-pointing at its absolute, core value, if you like. If you look at the race card, owned by Peter and Helen Bayment, trained by Helen and ridden by Chad. And Chad now keen to equal Jake, his brother, who's had 3 winners this season alone. So that brings you bang up to date with all the news from Flete Park this afternoon. So we've had some notable successes. We've had Otis Morgan adding to his tally here. We've had Chad Bayment successful there, and then at rather the other end of the scale, Darren Edwards with a success as well. And just plenty of good fun. The numbers of runners have been sort of just okay, but it has been competitive racing, good fun racing, and plenty for the large crowds here to really enjoy. I just want to show off the camera work that we have available to us on this live stream presented by the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area, just to give you an idea. If we use, I know the race isn't on at the moment, but if we just use up some of our cameras, can we send the cameras just to give us a few views? That is a view across from the far side of the racecourse, from the main road which heads on towards Plymouth. And if you look across, you are seeing there trees in the background, all those cars, the racecourse snaking its way through the Flete Park estate as well. And thanks once again to the Mildmay White family for allowing this point-to-point to take place, and indeed the next one to take place. Oh, keep that moving. That's lovely. I love that. That is great. That's the camera over by the third last, but it really does give you an idea. The sea is only a couple of miles over behind those trees, so we really are right in South Devon. but that is a great view on a beautiful day of a lovely estate, the Mildmay of the Flete estate, and there's the gap that heads on towards the home turn. So that's a bit of the local geography for you, and I'm going to bring Simon Knott in now because he is just going to confirm some starting prices for us, because in the build up to the race, Simon, you were talking about the fact that the Dapper Fox was, even though he's about 100, you were absolutely right with the age. Even though he's 14, he had this great record here, and then Dan's Wee Man, people fancied that.
Yeah, so
but I have a feeling the Bayment family will have had plenty of friends here, so there'll be a few people who've had a sneaky little couple of quid on Talk of the South, the winner.
Well, if they did, I don't think it would have made a dent in the bookmakers' coffers there, because Dan's Wee Man was back from 3-1 into 6-4. The Dapper Fox is back from evens into 4-7, so the bookmakers are up the front too. Talk of the South drifted 3-1, 4-1, returned 5-1. So I haven't been down there yet, but I imagine that they've had a very, very good result.
Well, they've probably got a job for you handing out. Well, maybe they don't need you to hand out the money on this occasion.
No, I think they'll be counting it. But saying that the shrewdy bookmakers that thought that the Dapper Fox would win probably wouldn't have taken much money on it, because they wanted to keep it on their side. But so, you know,
a bit disappointing. It just never got in a blow.
No, it's running on at the end, wouldn't it? Wasn't too far away at the end, but you know, I say it's 14, so
yeah,
it's a hot day.
Are we on the early news on the 6 race?
Not yet. I should be down there in a minute. We've got 3 runners, haven't we? I'll go down.
Well, I'll tell you what. Turn your camera on yourself and send us the odds from the betting ring. That just to show the authenticity of the whole project here at Flete this afternoon. So that brings you up to date. There are, as I indicated, 3 horses in our 6th race this afternoon. This is the Elizabeth Day Memorial Devon and Cornwall area conditions race level 3. It's race 6, scheduled for 5:05. I think, have we got a little caption that we can show you? Yeah, there they are. Number 1, Alternative. Otis Morgan rides. Annabelle Bacon is the trainer of Alternative. Otis looking for a double. Skylander successful in our first race of the afternoon, and Alternative was entered in that hunt race as well, but has taken up this entry in the conditions race. Incidentally, Annabelle Bacon, who trains Alternative and indeed Skylander, I think they've got 4 for the Morgan family, and there's 1 to run at Cottlestone. Don't think did she let us know her name? I'm not sure she did, but have a look at the entries for Cottlestone, the meeting coming up. I think Otis might have something there that they think will go well. So that's number 1, Alternative. Then number 2 is Board of Trade. Chloe Emsley rides, trained by Ed Walker. Board of Trade is a course winner here at Flete, but over further than this. This is 3 miles. Board of Trade won the 4-mile Ladies Open last year. Didn't take up the entry in the mixed open today. Chloe riding this for Ed Walker, and Board of Trade racing in the colours of the Ed Walker Racing Club and the group of Otters Partnership. And then need to just confirm we've actually, it's not number 6, it's number 5, our other runner in this race. So sorry about that caption not quite right. It's number 5, Jeremy Central, which is our other runner in this race. So we'll take that caption away before it misleads anybody, and we'll confirm that those are the horses taking part in our 6th race this afternoon. So just to confirm, 1 Alternative, 2 Board of Trade, 4 Jeremy Central are the 3 horses taking part, and it's Will Biddick who rides Jeremy Central. Jeremy, which has had a pretty good season. We'll have a look at him in the paddock in just a second, and trying to increase the tally for Tom Malone, who is the trainer of that particular horse, qualified via the Tiverton Hunt. Talking of hunts, Alternative with the Dartmoor Hunt, Board of Trade with the Axevale Harriers, and Jeremy Central with the Tiverton Hunt, as horses appear in the paddock. So we can switch cameras and have a look at certainly the first 2 of our 3 horses in the paddock, and that one is Alternative. followed through in the picture by Board of Trade. And in fact, I'll tell you what, I'd forgotten what a good-looking horse. Well, they're all, especially in this sunshine, they all look magnificent. But Jeremy Central's a fine specimen, and he is coming in to the paddock now as well, so we'll have a look at him in just a few seconds' time. I'll tell you a horse that's not running here today was Footloose, and with 4 wins this season, he's in a very prominent position in the Connolly's Red Mills National Champion horse. Thanks as always to Connolly's Red Mills for its support. And Footloose has won 4. I think there are a couple of them on 5. And I mentioned Tom Malone having a good season. He's on 6 winners so far this season, so perhaps this will take him on to number 7. Right, in the paddock then. The first that we're seeing here, we'll stick with this guy, is number 2, and that's Board of Trade. And Board of Trade's an 11-year-old by Black Sam Bellamy. He's trained by Ed Walker, Axevale Harriers, as I said, runs for the Racing Club and the Partnership. Ran at both Fleet fixtures in 2021, finishing second in a conditions race over the 3 miles. So that was this. And then at the next meeting won the Ladies Open. Both runs over 3 miles this season. Looks like he'll relish the extra distance at some stage, Board of Trade, probably ahead of the meeting in a fortnight's time. Formerly trained by Alan King and won 3 races under rules. So that was 2 Board of Trade. We've moved on though to Jeremy Central now, number 5. Surprise, surprise, Jeremy Central is an 8-year-old by Jeremy. Look at the form figures for this season. A 1, a 1 and a 2. Tom Malone owns and trains. Qualified via the Tiverton Foxhounds. Horse brought plenty of experience from Ireland, but no win, though was luckless on a couple of occasions. Won his maiden in good style in January and pulled out all the stops for a success at Great Trethewey, only narrowly denied a hat-trick back at Buckfastleigh. Number 5, Jeremy Central. Good looker. And he's being ridden by Will Bidditt. That's Will's first ride of the afternoon at Fleet today. See if he's in the, I imagine he probably will be in the final race of the day. And then just coming towards us now is number 1, Alternative. 12-year-old, form figures this season of a 7 and a 5. Annabelle Bacon trains, racing for the Dartmoor Racing Club. Probably going to be better for a couple of runs this season. Has been capable on his day. Decent enough runs at here at Fleet, at Cottlestone and at Bratton Down last year. Is 4 years since a win. Won over hurdles and over fences. Lots of seconds as well when trained in the past under rules by David Pipe. Jockey's just arriving in the paddock now. I know you like to have a look at the colours, so let's have a look at them. And the red and yellow colours, that's red and gold colours I should say, is Board of Trade. The green and yellow, Jeremy Central, those Tom Malone's colours. And Otis is in there somewhere, Otis Morgan. Oh no, he's over right on the extreme. Just come back, no, on the other side. Swing the camera around a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further, and there he is. Those colours seen in the winner's enclosure earlier on today. So, 3 runners for our Elizabeth May Memorial Devon and Cornwall area conditions race, sponsored by Full Circle Motors, Family Auto Repairs in Ivybridge. And good to see them supporting the racing here this afternoon at Flete Park. After this, we only got one more race actually. One more race. And big crowds, I think, will continue carousing for quite some time. It's been one of those kind of days, really enjoyable. So there, in that shot on the extreme right, the yellow and green there you see of Will Biddick. You can't really see Chloe Emsley, but she's amongst the group there with the lady with the red gilet and hat. And then the group towards the left of your screen, the blue with the Cross of Lorraine. That is, those are the colours of the Dartmoor Racing Club, which is the owner of Alternative. Just having a look at the racing results from elsewhere for a second while people just sort themselves out before this race. Ferryhouse in Ireland is underway now. Be interesting to see Galloping Deschamps racing there tomorrow. I wanted to have a quick look and just see at the Newbury results. Wild Beauty 3-1 successful in the Fred Darling Stakes there this afternoon, and Perfect Power, trained by Richard Fahey, ridden by Christophe Soumillon, winning the Greenham Stakes. Christophe Soumillon, if he's over from France, always worth noting on the flat. And the very good run of Godolphin and trainer Charlie Appleby has continued more than just that one success this afternoon. And down the road at Newton Abbot, racing there today, the first three favourites all won, but no favourites since then. So that will have been a big relief for the bookmakers. Right. Jockey's just being given the leg up, so you will see very shortly. Oh, Chloe Emsley hasn't yet on her mount, but just going across in front of the Otter Brewery Relax with an Otter banner there. That's Alternative. Otis Morgan doing his A-levels and riding at weekends as well, so quite a life for him at the moment. Very much at the other end of the scale, the 7-time male champion point-to-point rider Will Biddick there. Hugely experienced, vastly experienced. Successes under rules and in point-to-points as well. Plenty of people will just go and back Jeremy Central because Biddick's on board. And now Chloe Emsley just getting the leg up on Board of Trade. So it looks as though they're going to take one more circuit of the track before we join Mark Dennis. Simon Knott is here with the latest from the betting ring, I hope. Have they all said, oh look, it's Biddick. Biddick on Jeremy Central, so is that favourite?
I saw one bookmaker go even money Jeremy Central, and he got knocked over with a £300 bet. Bet generally 1-2 now.
1-2 Jeremy Central.
Yeah, 5-4 Board of Trade.
5-4
Board of Trade. 4-1 Alternative.
4-1 Alternative. Excellent. Well, the three horses are just about to, they've just been given the signal to leave the paddock here at Fleet and make their way down to the 3-mile start. 7 entries, 3 horses taking part, and Mark Dennis will describe them down to the starting point. Or to starting point anyway.
So we move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to our 6th race of the afternoon. This is the Elizabeth May Memorial Devon Cornwall Area Conditions Race. The runner's now just off down to start. And the first one out was number 2, Board of Trade, ridden by Miss Chloe Emsley. And that's a red and gold stripes with the red sleeves and a corded cap. Next out was number 5, that was Jeremy Central, ridden by Mr. Will Biddick, yellow with a green hoop, green sleeves, yellow stars, green cap with a white star. And the final one to go down is number 1, that's Alternative, ridden by Mr. Otis Morgan, dark blue, the base Cross of Lorraine, dark blue sleeves and a dark blue cap. So 3 go to post then for this Devon Cornwall Area Conditions Race. And due away at 5:05, so around about 2 minutes until post time.
So there are our 3 horses arriving down at the starting point. Jeremy Central, only just pipped when going for a hat-trick last time. Yellow and green. Darker colours of Alternative. Had a couple of runs this season and probably be better for those races. Ran okay here at Fleet. And this is a horses for courses track last year, and the Morgan family particularly like their runners here. So that's the very dark one, Alternative. And then the much brighter red of Board of Trade. Course winner over Further. And yeah, interesting to hear from Simon Knott, our reporter in the betting ring, that one of the bookmakers put up even money, Jeremy Central, and was practically knocked over in the rush because people wanted to get on, and he's long odds on now, Jeremy Central. Jeremy Central didn't have much luck literally didn't have much luck in Ireland. Had a few races, but just things either didn't work out or just worked out against him. But since coming over here, he's been absolutely terrific, has Jeremy Central. Board of Trade used to be trained by Alan King, winner under rules. Alternative, winner under rules as well, once upon a time when trained by David Pipe. And lovely to see horses like Alternative and Board of Trade getting to the veteran stage, not able to make a mark under rules anymore, but coming point to pointing instead. I can tell you there are going to be 10 runners in the last race of the day. The maiden race, which is due off at 5:35, we'll have news of those 10 runners a little bit later on, but that will be the biggest field of the day, and definitely some interesting contenders in the race. Though having said that, I don't know whether they've been declared the interesting ones, so let you know after this race. But this will be an interesting tactical affair as flags are raised. Looks as though Board of Trade is going to jump off in front of Alternative and Jeremy Central. Mark Dennis to describe it for us.
And the flag is down, so we're away. We're away for the start of this Devon Cornwall conditions race, and Board of Trade leads the charge over the first of 18 fences, 3 miles of journey, and Board of Trade by about a length and a half to Alternative. And Jeremy Central, the back marker of the three then, as they momentarily disappear from view. Jeremy Central, the 5-4 on favourite. Even money Board of Trade, and Alternative a 3-1 chance to give Otis Morgan his double of the afternoon, potentially. And they're over fence number 2 safely, and now racing away from preparing themselves for the big swinging right-hander at the top of the hill. So Board of Trade and Chloe Emsley still with the lead, around about 2 lengths. Jeremy Central on the inside of Alternative. Jeremy Central partnered by Will Biddick for his, I think his only ride this afternoon. And reaches the bottom of the descent now, and they race along the level onto fence number 3 of the 18. Come to it now. Board of Trade jumped it beautifully out in front, and now race back towards us, climbing slightly before they come into the home straight. And Alternative now races up on the outside of Board of Trade to go up, just shade the lead as they cross the next. That was fence number 4. Alternative has just put a little bit of pace into the race, just picked it up half a notch as they race past the judge then. 2 seconds ahead of them to race, and on towards 2 plain fences at the top end of the home straight in quick succession. Alternative, Otis Morgan saw a lovely stride there, and his Alternative jumped it beautifully, and again, and they're all over that safely. Board of Trade in second, Jeremy Central 3. Will Biddick on the 34 winner mark for the season, and looking for winner 35 in our race now. So they're heading up the back now and on towards the open ditch for the first time. So Alternative leads them to it and jumps it beautifully. Again, Alternative, he's jumped from fence to fence at the moment. Jeremy Central now just goes up to shade second place from Board of Trade, although there's not a lot between them. as they complete one circuit then, passing our point of departure and on to another plain fence. So Alternative, again, jumped that really well in front and really stood off of it and jumped it well. As Jeremy Central now looms up on the outside of the leader to take closer order. Jeremy Central, already a dual winner this season and a second last time out. As they now prepare to cross the next, the island fence at the far end of the course. So Alternative by a half length. Jeremy Central, Board of Trade just on the or in the slipstream of the leader on the inside of Jeremy Central, as they prepare now to sweep right-handed to come down over the hill, and which they do so now. And Alternative closely attended now by Jeremy Central on the outside. Board of Trade also really there bang on the heels of the leader as they race along the level then and prepare for this plain fence, and they're all over that safely and race along the bottom then and climb back towards us, left-handed and right-handed, to come into the home straight. So Alternative, Otis Morgan, clearly trying to make this a real test, and ridden very confidently out in front, goes 3 or 4 lengths clear now. Board of Trade, Jeremy Central, these two dispute second, and they pass the judge with a circuit left to race in this conditions race, and on towards these two plain fences at the top of the home straight, and they're all over that safely, although Board of Trade landed a little bit awkwardly as they cross the next in, and now they head right-handed to race out in the country for the final time. Just under a circuit left to race then, and Alternative and Otis Morgan, a length and a half to Jeremy Central, half length then to Board of Trade, as they begin their run up the back straight then and on towards the open ditch for the final time then. So Alternative now being tackled on both sides, and Board of Trade there, a faller, down on his nose there. Pleased to report both horse and jockey are up on their feet okay. Chloe Emsley doesn't look too impressed, but at least she lives to fight another day. Board of Trade is giving chase to the two remaining runners as they prepare then to cross the next. Alternative really asked for a long one there and responded, although Jeremy Central now just races up on the inside of Alternative, and they race along the top of the course then, and will reappear, and Alternative's been ridden back up there from Jeremy Central. Alternative 3 out then, and just got a little bit tight to that, the leader, but he's still a length clear then of Jeremy Central as they continue on then across the top end. So Alternative, Otis Morgan took our members race, the first race of the afternoon, and it really will be that was only a second career winner, and a double on the day will be something else. So Jeremy Central, Will Biddick have got something to say about it. So they're still 3 lengths adrift then as they reach the bottom of the descent and race along the level now onto this plain fence at the bottom end of the course. So Alternative with the advantage at the moment, out over safely, jumps it clear. He's gone even clear further now. Alternative, he's around about 5 or 6 lengths clear, and Jeremy Central, Will Biddick all out back in second. Loose Horse follows them through, but Alternative arrives then at the top of the home straight to race down to the final fence. Jeremy Central's been pulled up, so this is a first career double for Otis Morgan. Had his first winner here last year and won the opener, and takes the 5th or 6th race this afternoon. So a double on the day for him, and a big well done as Jeremy Central, as I said, has been pulled up, so Alternative finishes alone.
Okay. The horses in just a second, but that's the crowd. See this is a real red letter day, and not the first time that's been said about the winning rider here at Fleet, but a real red letter day for Otis Morgan, the Morgan family, and the Dartmoor Racing Club as well. And he's finished alone. He was the outsider of 3. And there will be plenty of people here today who will have put a couple of quid on because they know the Morgans, they know Otis, they know the backstory and the really sad news about his sister losing her life and being such a fan of racing in these parts. And they had a race for her at the second Fleet meeting last year, which he won on Skylander, which was successful earlier on in the afternoon. And he's finished alone because Jeremy Central was pulled up, and we lost Board of Trade as a faller on the final circuit of the racecourse. Good to see the horse galloping along afterwards, and in fact just walking past me now is Chloe Emsley. She's got a lot of mud on her breeches and she looks a bit miffed, but that apart, there's no problem at all for Board of Trade. Let's have a look at the closing stages. We are going to pick it up at this stage where Alternative, who's been travelling well in front, you can see Board of Trade running behind, has just got, coming down towards 2 out, has got Jeremy Central at it. This is quite a moment for Otis Morgan. He's riding his 3rd winner, double this afternoon, but Will Biddick, the only other rider still involved, is the 7 times national gentleman champion. So quite intimidating for the 17-year-old A-level student. And he's keeping his horse going, and out of the picture, Jeremy Central is just coming to a halt there and being pulled up. So still 1 to clear, and Alternative clears that absolutely beautifully. You can see Jeremy Central's absolutely fine, pulled up in the background. Otis looking round. Where is everyone else? Well, the answer is 1 fell and 1 pulled up. Pat down the neck, second pat down the neck. A really significant moment for the Morgan family, and also for Otis, the successful rider. So there is Alternative right in the centre of your picture in the sunshine. Plenty of water poured all over him after his exertions, but he looks pretty good, and he's come home on his own in the end, and the winner of the penultimate race here today, which was it was sponsored by Family Auto Repair Company from Ivybridge, Full Circle Motors, and it's, to give it its full name, the Elizabeth May Memorial Devon and Cornwall Area Conditions Race. And victory in that race has gone to number 1, Alternative. Now, I know we've got 10 horses in the maiden that rounds off proceedings. I don't actually know what the 10... Oh, yeah, I do. In fact, I do have them. I will have them for you in just a second, but first of all, let's go back to Simon in the betting ring. All right, well, just a second. While we just get Simon sorted out, let me tell you that in the 7th race, it's the Luscombe May maiden race, and in this race there are 10 runners, and I'll tell you about them in just a second, but we're going back first of all to Simon in the betting ring.
28. Simon James, you've been here all day, mate, working on your own.
Yeah.
Did you have a team at Newton Abbott?
No, I haven't got a pitch in Newton Abbott anymore.
So you've just had an outsider of 3 there?
Yeah.
How's the day been?
I've been very good, really busy. Really busy. Good crowd, the weather's out, and the money's been really good.
But is your hod still got the money in it?
It has got most of it still in it, fortunately.
Good man.
Right, good to know that business is so good and brisk in the betting ring. Quickly give you the numbers for the 7th race. These are the runners. Numbers 2, we'll have a caption for you later. Numbers 2, 4, 6, 10, 11, 12, 15, 17, 18, and one of the interesting ones, number 20. But let's get rid of the caption. We'll have that for you in a few moments' time, because we need to reflect on. I said it was a significant day for the Morgan family, which it was, with a nice double with earlier on Skylander and then Alternative, but significant for our next guest as well, Annabelle Bacon, who's the trainer of Come Nice and Close to the Mic, because we want to see your face. Have a big smile on your face.
No,
well, that
result.
is, great for Otis, great for the Morgans, but great for you as well.
No, over the moon, absolutely over the moon, and the Morgans deserve it more than anyone. They absolutely pour their heart into it, and Otis, rides really, really well. Like we said earlier, fits it in around school, and the horse is,
he's a bit of a legend as well.
Yeah,
isn't he?
yeah, absolutely.
Travelled beautifully, jumped beautifully,
and he's a bit. He can slightly dog it when he's in front, and so it was sort of, but
That's
Otis
a technical term, is it?
But Otis rode him well because he stays all day and he gallops, and so it was great that Otis actually went on and made a bit of pace.
And didn't you love that magic moment when, I think it was after the last, when he looked round as though to say, where's everyone else?
Otis has got to stop looking round.
Yeah.
But no, it was great.
Well, he needed to know, and obviously Board of Trade went out of the race. He probably wants a bit further. And he'd seen off, that is, just think how Otis Morgan is 17.
Yeah.
Schoolboy.
Just 17, yeah.
Right, riding a double, which is great. And he's up against Mr. W. Biddick, 7-time national champion. Those are quite intimidating moments.
Very, very intimidating. I find it scary hunting with Will, let alone,
Do you?
Otis.
Is he as competitive in the hunting field as he is in the race?
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, it's great. It's a great result, and we've got a small team at home, and
how many have you got altogether? I know I've got a chance to ask you before.
12 in training.
4 of which are the Morgans.
Yeah, exactly.
And how did you and them come together?
So Josh used to ride for them before.
Right.
So my partner,
Your
Josh,
partner,
used to ride for them before Otis was old enough, and actually he rode a winner for them. And then as Otis turned 16, the tables turned, and so Josh is preparing them for Otis, and it's fantastic.
And
it's a lovely
final thought, because they want to give you a trophy, I think, or something. Did you say that you've got one at Cottlestone coming up?
Otis has got one, and we've got 7 in total going to Cottlestone
on
Monday.
What's Otis's called?
Getaway Milan.
Of course it is, Getaway Milan.
Nice horse,
well, best of luck with all of those, and well done today. Great day for you.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to see the Annabelle Bacon team in such good form. They're just making presentations here to Otis Morgan and the Dartmoor Racing Club, and we might just have another word, hopefully, with Otis in just a few moments' time. While the presentations take place there on your screen, and just confirmation they've weighed in after that last race, that caption that I was promising you with the runners and riders for our final race of the afternoon, we can use it now. Here we are, and we'll get some betting news from Simon after this. These are the runners for the Luscombe May maiden race. 10 runners, and Luscombe May property specialists across Devon and also in London. And great that they're able to sponsor the maiden race here at the Dartmoor Foxhounds point to point at Flete Park. And one of the ones I really like in this race is taking part. So we'll come to that in a second. Let's just go down the runners to Bollin Twinkle. Fionn Summers riding that one. Then Champions Hill with Conor Houlihan. So it's 2 and 4. And then number 6 is next. Fly McIntyre rides that. Martin McIntyre on board for luck. I don't think that was on the website or in the race card. Then Hold Me Tight. That's Josh Newman looking for his 100th win. Then Jimmy Chew and Darren Edwards. Then Lady Valkyrie and Chloe Emsley. That mare trained by Ed Walker. Then we've got 15 Mountain Shadow with Vinnie Webster. 17 Oyster Perch and Darren Andrews. 18 Skillful Lord and Jake Baymont. And then number 20 is Young William, ridden by Old William. Oh, he wouldn't thank me for saying that. Will Biddick riding Young William, number 20 on the card. So those are your 10 horses for the final race of the day. We're going to talk betting in just a moment, because the winning rider after our last race is just sprinting over to give us a quick debrief for the second time today. Yeah, hello. You're back. Well done.
Yes. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, we were joking about looking round earlier on. When you look round this time after the last, you must have thought, where is everybody?
Well, I certainly did wonder where everyone was.
It's
a difficult race for me. My horse with me in this season hasn't performed to its fullest, and whenever I've been in contention like that, coming on the last lap up to the open ditch, he's been side by side with someone, and there's pressure. I'm having to either dig into him or he's slowing down. And I was up past the open ditch, and it was Will and I, and Will kicked on a little bit, and I just thought this time he's got a lot more in the tank than ever, really. So I pressed on as well, and then from then on he jumped beautifully.
I loved his jumping.
Yeah, his jumping was fantastic.
He could have been tired at the last, but it was like he jumping the first.
He was brilliant, wasn't he? He was tired. I mean, that hill, that does take it out of him, but he was fine at the last. He made it over just. And yeah, as you said, I looked behind me and they were there, but not there.
Yeah.
So it was a good feeling.
And a couple of quick questions. One, you're coming into the closing stages of a race. You're going well.
Yeah.
There is you with a couple of wins to your name.
Yeah.
And the other horse is ridden by Mr. W. Biddick.
Yeah.
One of the most experienced rider that you could possibly be up against.
So. Yeah, absolutely.
It's like the apprentice rider up against Frankie Dettori on the flat.
Yeah.
Or the one horse amateur up against Brian Hughes.
I know what you mean.
So what was it like?
Oh, it's a great feeling. Me and Will had we were close, and as you said, the apprentice or whatever, the Frankie Dettori type, it was fun. It was a really good feeling riding alongside him, and obviously even better coming off that. And I'd say the feeling for me was more to the horse. And that horse, he really hasn't properly performed for me this season. And regardless of who I'm riding against or any of that, coming up that last hill, knowing that he's actually really wanted this and he's going to get this supposedly, was the best feeling for me. Absolutely.
And a double. So what did you think? Coming here today, you were hoping for a winner.
I was hoping for 2 rides without falling. There we go. Didn't do that, and then the first win was amazing. Came off that buzzing, knowing Skylander has come off a little injury. He's been this and that, and we got the call this morning saying he's ready. So we're brilliant. We took him I took him round. I won on him. That's fantastic. Did not expect the second win. I didn't expect it at all, but fantastic. I was so pleased with him. Absolutely thrilled. And more, for me to win on alternative is, I think, something I'll never forget, because that horse, I've had an 8th, I've had a 5th, I've had a 2nd with very few runners and all of that, but I haven't had a first on him, and it's fantastic.
And your trainer's been talking up a ride you've got at Cottlestone on Monday. Something Milan.
What did she say about that? Getaway in Milan.
Getaway Milan.
Yeah, absolutely.
I obviously asked what's it by. No, I didn't. But she says that's a really good ride for you on Monday.
Yeah.
And practically the whole stable's going.
Yeah.
All her horses.
Exactly. Yeah, there's loads of us.
So.
But she's young, very young. But we're just going to see. It's going to be different for me, having alternative and a Skylander under me, knowing they'll jump beautifully and they'll gallop when they need them to.
This time,
maiden, slightly different, but I'm really looking forward to it.
And you'll be back here. This is your track, though, isn't it? So will you be back here in a fortnight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Excellent.
Back from school. Then.
A bit of double philosophy in between. Excellent. Well done, you. A very special day for you and for your family, and indeed for your trainer and everyone. She's obviously chuffed to bits as well.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Well done. See you in a fortnight. Oh, handshake. Must be. That's a proper.
Thank you.
I didn't get a handshake from that jockey who had his first winner. Had his first winner today. Your first double, his first winner.
Brilliant.
Anyway, super. Well done, Otis. Well done, Chad, as well. And good to see they're off to lovely, embracing each other after their special days off to celebrate I imagine in the bar, almost certainly. Though he's at Cottlestone, isn't he, on Monday? So Simon Knott, I had to interrupt you with the betting news that you were bringing us. What have you got? News for the last race?
You're the last race outside of the 3.
No, the final race.
Yeah, the final race. Young William is the one that they've put in favourite. The Barber connection obviously gives them a nod. The form judges are just making a book here because they don't know, because it's a maiden. So very, very competitively price, really. They're going down the card. Bolin Twinkle 8-1, Champion Seal 5, For Luck 8, Hold Me Tight 3, Jimmy 2, 4, Lady Valerie 4, Mountain Shadow 14, Oyster Perch 2, Skillful Lord 16, Young William 11-10. They've priced it as they don't know, which they don't. They'll wait for the market to tell them what's fancied and adjust their prices accordingly. So that was early skirmishes. I'm sure it's changed a fair bit by now.
Well, just demonstrate. I still haven't had that little bit of film of you from the betting ring with the latest. So will you do your God rest him, that your John McCurrick bit from the betting ring for
I will.
me.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I did send one, but I'll get Mike to do a film this time.
Excellent. Super.
Okay, thank you.
Right, let's find number 20 if we can in the paddock, because the horses are arriving in the paddock for our final race of the afternoon at Fleet today. Can we switch cameras so we can have a look at the horses in the paddock? And just going through there is Skillful Lord. And there's suddenly so many horses in this race. Lady Valkyrie, just going through our picture. It's number 20 that I'm really don't know that one is necessarily here just yet. So we'll have, how many have we got so far? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think maybe the favourite is the one that we're waiting for. Let's pick up on this guy here, and this guy is number 11, and number 11 is Jimmy Chew. Darren Edwards riding Jimmy. Jimmy's been around a bit, and Darren looking for a double this afternoon, riding this particular horse. Jimmy Chew is a horse who is 9 years old. Janet Ackner trains for Ian Howe, qualified via the Devon and Somerset Staghounds. Looked to appreciate better ground when third at Trebudanon a fortnight ago. Jimmy Chew. Never won, but plenty of knocking on plenty of doors. Unfortunate to run into one this day last year when a 10-length second, but well clear of the third. You can't help thinking that this horse will be winning before too long. That's number 11, Jimmy Chew, who is going to come across the Otter Brewery banner next for us to have a look at. There we are. Number 2 is Bollin Twinkle. She's a 6-year-old mare by Bollin Eric, won the St Leger. 2002, 20 years ago, was it really? Chloe Roddick trains for Mrs Bowditch. Didn't jump very well on debut and was pulled up, but that was certainly something on which to build. And Fionn Summers is the rider on number 2, Bollin Twinkle. So we look at that. I'm just loving that. That is giving you such a good shot there of the attendance with our favourite. And the fact is that it is t-shirt and shorts weather here. And there is number 20, the aforementioned Young William, qualified via the Exmoor Hunt. 6-year-old by Yates, the stallion of the moment, daddy of the moment. A P and a 2 next to Young William's name, trained now by Chris Barber for Ed Bailey. First run for the Barber team. And has been running well and then cutting out, I think it's fair to say. Second at Cotley, beaten 10 lengths. Had Hold Me Tight, who runs here 15 lengths further away in third. And Young William, he has ability, he has credentials. He has, I think a lot of people are keen because it's Will Biddick riding in the gold colours with the black hoops and gold cap of Ed Bailey. But Young William, a really interesting contender in this race. And I said earlier on, I thought there were a couple of interesting ones, and this is certainly one of those. 2 handlers for this son of Yates, and he certainly is a big interest in the betting ring. Next coming up here is number 15, and that is Mountain Shadow. Mountain Shadow is a 6-year-old mare, trained by Charlotte Rowe, qualified via the Torrington Farmers, owned by the Browns. Hasn't really featured in a couple of races to date as the jockeys arrive in the paddock. Just want to have a look at, there's a good look at the colours. We'll have a further look at them in a moment. Just going through our picture there is number 12, Lady Valkyrie. There she is. And Lady Valkyrie, which is being ridden by Chloe Emsley. Had a tumble in the last race, but she's fine. 6-year-old mare by Cafe Tara. Ed Walker trains. Qualified via the Cotley Hunt, owned by Richard King and the Otters Partnership. Showed up for quite a long time before being pulled up at Kilworthy last month. Made 2-1 favourite. That was of interest. 8-1 on debut and never a factor in a maiden race at Great Trethewey, won by Miles on that occasion. Yeah, Lady Valkyrie, interesting contender, number 12 on the card today. 18 there is Skillful Lord. Skillful Lord, quite green in the paddock. 8-year-old by Lord Shannakill, no point-to-point form. Danny Keneally trains, qualified via the Tiverton Staghounds. Been absent for quite a long time, since well beaten in a 1.5 mile flat race at Kempton when trained by David Pipe. Also ran him over hurdles. Previously ran on the fat. Skillful Lord for Stuart Kitto. First of the horses just about to get its rider, and that looks to be number 15, Mountain Shadow. So that's Vinnie Webster in predominantly red colours with black sleeves that you'll see in just a moment as we rejoin Simon in the betting ring.
Right, go. Right, the last time I was down here, I was told Young William was going to be the favourite. 11-10. It's now 3-1. There's been money for Bollin. What's it called up there, Richard? Bollin, Twinkle. What's the other one they backed?
Champions Hill.
And Champions Hill. But in truth, the bookmakers are going to make a really, really good book. Just to top off the fortunes that they've copped already today with all this massive crowd. They don't really care what wins.
So there is Mountain Shadow. One is just proving a little tricky in the paddock, and that was number 6 for Luck. And no damage done, but there was a UR for Martin McIntyre on number 6, off number 6 for Luck. He was unseated, but looks to be just composing himself again. Does there he is. And just let's swing the camera just a bit further around. So there you can see fly Martin McIntyre. I imagine he'll be getting up on board in just a second. There's number 18. That's Skillful Lord with Jake Bayment. I think Jake and Skillful Lord are going to take another turn. So in the foreground here, this is the horse for Luck. That was just a little bit uneasy about everything. The stewards here just want to make certain the horse is absolutely 100% and the riders 100%, and it looks as though everyone happy, and they are going to mount that horse on the course itself. The others are coming out shortly. Be joining Mark Dennis for the other horses are taking another turn around the paddock. Interesting news from the betting ring that you heard there, that this bottom one, Young William, market not quite as sure about him as they were. They're trying to mount for Luck right next to a fence here. Jockey on board, lots of pats down the neck, nuzzling the trainer of the horse. Just leading him as well. So, just a moment or two of anxiety, but it looks as though For Luck now is making its way. It's a ex-Ben Pauling horse. And just making its way out onto the track now. I think the rest are going to join in. Looks as though number 10, Hold Me Tight, will be the next one out on the track. We'll pick up some of those that we haven't spoken about so far in just a moment, but Mark Dennis is going to describe the runners down to the 3 mile start for the final race of the day.
So we move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to our 7th and final race of the afternoon, the Luscombe maiden race. Runners now on their way down to the start. The first one out was For Luck, number 6, ridden by Mr. Martin McIntyre, red and white diamonds. Following this one down, we'll see Hold Me Tight, number 10, ridden by Mr. Josh Newman, dark blue with the light blue hoops. And beside that one we see Oyster Perch, Number 17, ridden by Mr. Darren Andrews, dark green with a white cross on Lorraine, dark green sleeves and a white cap. Also going down in no particular order is Skillful Lord, number 18, ridden by Mr. Jake Baymont, orange with the dark green hoops. And we see Mountain Shadow, number 15, ridden by Mr. Vinnie Webster, red with a pink chevron, black sleeves and a red and pink quartered cap. Number 20 is Young William, ridden by Mr. Will Biddick, gold with the black hoops and a gold cap. Ballin Twinkle is number 2, ridden by Mr. Fionn Summers. Change of colours here is black with the purple armlets. And then we see number 4, Champions Hill, ridden by Mr. Connor Houlihan, purple with the sky blue sleeves and cap. Number 11 is Jimmy 2, ridden by Mr. Darren Edwards, white with a dark triple diamond and sleeves. And number 12 is Lady Valkyrie, ridden by Miss Chloe Emsley, red and gold stripes with the red sleeves and a quartered cap. So 9 go to post then for this maiden race. They're due away at 5:35, so we're a couple of minutes past post time now.
One more to go to the start. Jimmy 2 just coming out onto the racecourse proper now. So be a few minutes before this race is underway. Just try and identify a few of them for you as they assemble down at the starting point. We've established our favourite. In fact, Simon's still here. Is Young William still favourite?
Well, when I looked, there wasn't a lot in it, to be honest. He drifted from 11 to 10 out to 3 to 1. There have been others backed. Ballin Twinkle been backed. Champions Hill been backed. It's a very, very open race. Nobody really knows. But it's nowhere near as hot a favourite as it was, which is probably significant.
So the favourite then, but nowhere near as hot as he was, is right in the centre of your picture, isn't he? It's quite in the light as we look down at the start. Quite difficult to identify some of them, but they'll be well identified. Oh, yeah, just going across the centre of the course, the other side of the horse in the checks there, the red and white checks that didn't behave very well in the paddock, but seems fine now. Just there, that's the favourite. A couple of others mentioned there, Ballin Twinkle, the blue with the yellow cross of Lorraine, the colours there. And the other one that was mentioned was, Champions Hill, Connor Houlihan riding purple colours, blue sleeves and cap, the Bridge of Spies colours. And I think that's right in the centre of your picture at the moment. Some of the others down at the start, well, that Champions Hill, 8-year-old, no UK form. They've had so much, the Bealbys have had so much fun with Bridge of Spies, including success in the owner-trainer conditions race. This horse, Champions Hill, didn't win in 9 rules races in Ireland, but a third at Wexford and a fourth at Tremor are amongst races that read okay for number 4, Champions Hill. For luck, we mentioned ex-Ben Pauling didn't do a great deal, but once handicapped, didn't ever race at very long odds, so presumably showed something somewhere something, someone somewhere something. Hold Me Tight is the one racing for Josh Newman. They're nearly ready to go. Young William with Will Biddick riding, just going through the picture. That's Oyster Perch with Darren Andrews. Shaping up quite nicely, Oyster Perch so far. First 2 races, no disasters. It could be interesting, 17 Oyster Perch, but a few interesting ones. There's Skillful Lord in the very orange colours. Mountain Shadow there as well with you'll see that, the red with the white V. That Hold Me Tight, attempting to give Josh Newman his 100th winner. Trained by Ed Walker for Wendy Jarrett. Didn't show anything last time, but previously a third at Cotley over 2.5 miles was not too bad at all. And there's a 5 in there as well in the form figures. That wasn't too bad either. That's number 10, Hold Me Tight. I think we mentioned just about all of them. So they'll be on their way pretty soon. With number 20, Young William, trained by Chris Barber for Ed Bailey. First run for the Barber team. Will Biddick riding in the gold and black colours. Was a strong favourite, but is a less strong favourite now. 7-2 joint favourites with money for Oyster Perch. That's unsurprising. So just before the off, on the live stream, the 7th and final race from Flete Park, on the live stream from the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area, in the sunshine in front of thousands at Flete Park, we have joint favourites for our biggest field of the day, the 10-runner Luscombe May Maiden, and those joint favourites are numbers 17, Oyster Perch, racing for Mr. and Mrs. Duncan Kitto. Louise Kitto is the trainer, and number 20, Young William. And we've gone without one of them. Young William did not jump off. So that's the news as they jump the first. Let's join Mark Dennis for the commentary.
They're all away from the start safely, apart from Young William, who's you can just see him up on the top end of the course now, still dismounted. So they make their way on then to fence number 2 in this maiden for horses that have yet to win any race, point-to-point or under rules, and Champions Hill with the lead. Jimmy Choo second, Oyster Perch is 3, about 3 lengths then back to Bollin Twinkle, another 3 lengths then back to Four Lark. So they round the turn then and begin their run down over the hill for the first time. In behind Four Luck, we've got a little bit wider out is Lady Valkyrie. Hold Me Tight's in the slipstream of Four Luck. And then we see Mountain Shadow and Skillful Lord is the back marker of the 8 then as they complete the descent and race on to another plain fence. Champions Hill out over it with Conor Houlihan. Connor's first ride of the afternoon. And he leads the charge up the hill now. That's going to bring them into the top of the home straight. Jimmy Choo, Darren Edwards in close attendance, around about a length down in second. Oyster Perch, Darren Andrews in 3. As they cross the next then, Four Luck there, good job on the outside for Martin McIntyre. Looked a bit of a handful in the paddock to start with, but was taken down to the start nice and quietly. And Hold Me Tight, Bollin Twinkle is next from Hold Me Tight in behind this. Lady Valkyrie is next, and Mountain Shadows in behind this. Skillful Lord's the one that's just becoming a little detached in the very early stages and was put in a little bit of a novice-y jump over that. As the rest of them take on the fence at the top of the home straight. They're all over it safely, including Skillful Lord, who's just ridden now at the back for a few strides. But Champions Hill looks to be travelling quite sweetly up in front for Conor Houlihan, still by about a length and a half to Jimmy Choo, as they now begin their run up the back straight then and on towards the open ditch for the first time. And they come to it now. Champions Hill out over. Jimmy Choo in second. Four Luck is 3. Oyster Perch is 4. 2 lengths then back to Bollin Twinkle. And another length then back to Hold Me Tight. They were about 4 lengths clear then of Mountain Shadow, racing on the inside of Lady Valkyrie, and around about a dozen lengths back then to Skillful Lord. So they've completed the circuit now. And Champions Hill has led from Flagfall. And continues to increase his lead marginally. He's up to around 4 lengths now over Jimmy Choo as they reappear from behind the trees and race up to another plain fence at the far end of the course. So Champions Hill by 4 lengths to Jimmy Choo. 2 lengths then back to Four Luck. Oyster Perch joined on the outside there by Bollin Twinkle. Another length then back to Hold Me Tight and Josh Newman as the leaders then begin their turn right-handed to come down over the hill for the second time then in this maiden. So Champions Hill from Jimmy Choo, and then For Luck. Oyster Perch is 4. Bollin Twinkle is next. Hold Me Tight, and then Mountain Shadow on the inside of Lady Valkyrie, and they're still around about 8 lengths clear of Skillful Lord as they reach the bottom of the hill then and race along the level. Onto another plain fence, a big jump there by the leader, Champions Hill. Still travels quite nicely though, in the hands of Conor Houlihan, last year's champion novice. And don't see him too often down here in Devon and Cornwall anymore. This is his only ride this afternoon. But he takes on what will be the final fence in a circuit's time. Champions Hill jumped that beautifully. And still 3 lengths clear then of For Luck. Jimmy Choo now, just given a shake of the reins by Darren Edwards. They're about 5 lengths clear then of Hold Me Tight. Oyster Perch is on that one's outside. Ball and Twinkle follows these through. Man in Shadow and Lady Valkyrie are next, and they're still a way clear. 15 lengths clear then of Skillful Lord as they race away then to the top end of the home straight. The leaders are safely out over that plain fence. Skillful Lord's just being pulled up now as they sweep right-handed them and head out into the country for the final time. And Champions Hill has ridden very confidently and is travelling very nicely out in front for Conor Houlihan. As I said, he's led them from Flagfall and leads the charge up to the open ditch then for the final time. Champions Hill comes to it, jumps it beautifully. Now he's about 8 lengths clear then of For Luck, who comes under pressure from Martin McIntyre. Hold Me Tight is the one that's gone into second now and is also travelling pretty well at the moment for Josh Newman. For Luck back in 3. Jimmy Choo's next. Oyster Perch then Lady Valkyrie as the leader takes the next end, and Conor Houlihan now just begins to pump the leader along for a Striders too as they disappear from view. And Ball and Twinkle's been pulled up before that last fence, so they reappear then. Champions Hill, he's 6 lengths clear then of Hold Me Tight, who gives chase in second. The leader's out over that, just a little bit of a weary jump there by Champions Hill. Brush to the top of it. Hold Me Tight now up to within about 6 lengths of the leader, and they've gone well clear of Jimmy Choo now, who's being tackled by Lady Valkyrie for 3rd place. So they're on the turn at the top end of the hill for the final time this afternoon, and down the hill they come. Champions Hill, Conor Houlihan keen to keep this leader up to the task and is driving this one down the hill. Then they're at the bottom, these two, from Hold Me Tight, around about 6 lengths adrift back in second, and they're well clear of Lady Valkyrie, who's 3, Oyster Perch and Jimmy Choo. So that was the second last then, out over Champions Hill, jumped it really well. Hold Me Tight back in second, and the whip is up for this one as they race up back up into the home straight then, and Hold Me Tight is closing in as they round the turn that brings them into the home straight. Champions Hill from Hold Me Tight down to the last then, 2 lengths between them at the final fence. Champions Hill getting a little bit weary out in front. He's led from Flagfall. Be really cruel for him to be nabbed at the line now, but Hold Me Tight is not making any impression, around about 2 lengths adrift from Champions Hill. Oyster Perch has run on well for 3rd. Lady Valkyrie is 4, then Jimmy Choo will be the final one to finish.
So, there's our winner, Conor Houlihan riding number 4, Champions Hill. And that's Conor's first win of the season. Oh, lost that camera for a second, but there's Champions Hill from the side. And just getting unsaddled by the winning rider. So Conor was the champion male novice in the Southwest last season. Things haven't worked out in quite the same way this time, but wearing those colours, the BLB colours, oh, the water splashing around in there, good to see, quite spectacular to see as well. But wearing those colours, the BLB colours, the Bridge of Spies colours, there's another success for Conor Houlihan. I suspect that Hold Me Tight will be winning again before too long, or be winning before too long, I should say. I think went for a sort of slightly daring run up the inner, which then vanished. But dramatic race from the word go, with number 20, Young William, refusing to race, having been unruly at the start. And the stewards will have to decide what the position is as far as starting, etc. But there were a couple of night-last efforts in that race, at the end of which Champions Hill has come out on top from Hold Me Tight. So, as various debriefs continue in the winners' enclosure at Fleet, we can look at how Champions Hill did it.
To the leader, and they've gone
it's a
well
real
clear
indication.
of Jimmy
There they are,
who's
the
being tackled by
Champions
Lady
Hill
Valkyrie
and Conor
for
Houlihan
third
clear
place.
of
So
Hold
they're
Me
on the
Tight,
turn at the
going
top
through
end of the
that
hill
gap and
for the
heading
final
down
time
towards
this
the next gap
afternoon.
and on towards
And down the hill they come.
the second last. You can see the third, fourth and fifth horses well held behind through that gap, and Champions Hill, this 8-year-old, holding a distinct advantage here at the second last. So 2 out, he's jumped. I love that shot to really give you an idea. It was 3 lengths, was it? 3.5 lengths between them. And then heading towards the final fence, there's Josh Newman has tried to get up there, but the rails appeared. There's the path to be crossed as well, and it wasn't to be, and Champions Hill was keeping on, but over the last there. And look at that horse, and that is definitely one to watch out for in the future. The dark green with the white cross of Lorraine, Oyster Perch, has kept on well for the third place there. But another win for Conor Houlihan, and he's a very popular figure in these parts. That will be well applauded. And what just struck me, this horse didn't win in 9 rules races in Ireland, but some of the form in Ireland was not too bad at all for Champions Hill, and including rules form as well. Third at Wexford, fourth at Tremor, they were all okay. So it was probably there to see. And Champions Hill, in those colours, you can see the colours of George Bealby, the Bealbys there, and a bit of a debrief in the winners' enclosure right now. So success in our final race of the day has gone to number 4 Champions Hill, but as so often with these maiden races, the Luscombe May maiden race, the last on the card today, is bound to prove informative. There were 10 runners. Well, in fact, there were 9 because the well-touted young William refused to race. Unruly at the start, as they say. But there'll be 1 or 2 okay horses coming out of a decent-sized maiden like this at Fleet. And I would not be at all surprised to see certainly the runner-up. That was what was it called, Hold Me Tight, and also the third-placed horse do better in the future. I can see Conor Houlihan about to come over towards the area where he'll receive a trophy. Just talking to a fan or a supporter at the moment. But yeah, victory for Champions Hill. Tell you what, we'll look at the results for the whole day in just a few moments' time. But just before we do, we are going to hear from the winning rider, Conor Houlihan, because he's just coming over to say hi. First time he's come over to say hi this season, unfortunately.
No, it's been terrible.
Yeah.
The drought is finally over,
The drought is over, Conor. Yeah. Yeah, great season last season. Things just haven't sort of until today.
It's my first season out in novice. It was always going to be tough. Made a few changes that didn't work, but look, I'm riding for George and Les Jefford have been really
those colours.
Yeah, really loyal to me this season. So be able to repay George with a winner is brilliantly. Bridge of Spies that we unfortunately lost at Weybridge this year, fatally injured, and George was left without a horse. So he asked me to try and find him one. And this is the horse I found.
Oh,
so
well done, you.
He's gone and won first time out. I bought him off my uncle in Ireland. I thought he'd be made for Young English Point, and for him to go and do the business today is just brilliant.
Because some of his form, and it shows the difference between Irish form and British form. Some of his Irish form was very respectable, but he couldn't get his head in front.
Yeah, no, he's a bit of a rogue, to be honest. But he got his own way out in front today, and I think that's the way to ride him.
Right.
He loved it out in front, jumping and leaping, and he even did a bit of look at the three out at the top of the hill. I knew there was plenty in the tank, so it was just a matter of eking it out of him and keeping his head in front.
And I think Josh Newman looked like a formidable opponent between the last two.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. Well, I think he was he trying to get up your inner?
I don't know. Well, it's a funny old track. The inside becomes the outside, and the outside becomes the inside. But I believe I had a racing line picked out, and luckily I got to the rail. It helped me towards the line. But once he got over the last and ran on back, I don't think there was ever going to be any doubt he was going to be the winner.
And love to see in the winners' enclosure. The brothers have been going very well of late.
Yeah, so they've been keeping the family name in the papers, and it's finally nice to get a winner this season.
And just remind us what you're up to at the moment.
At the minute, I'm in Paul Nichols at the minute. I'm going to be his pupil assistant next season. So I'm there shadowing Charlie Davies now, and then he'll take Harry Durham's role, and I'll be pupil assistant next season.
Oh right, how's that going?
Yeah, it's very exciting. I was there for an entry, and being part of a top team and riding good horses every day is, it certainly whets the appetite and keeps the hunger going.
So when did that all start?
When did you start
at Nichols?
I started the week after Cheltenham.
Oh right. So you can't.
I partied at Cheltenham for the
so
week.
You can take credit for all the entry success.
No, none of that with me. No, I'll be part of the team next season, and looking forward to it.
I'd still be riding as well.
We'll see how heavy I get over the summer, but I don't know, if I keep keeping a nice horse like that, I'll surely be 10 foot.
Because you're about 10 foot tall, as we know.
I know, I'm still growing too.
Growing lad. Well, look, that's great to get the first winner of the season on the board, because it must have been quite frustrating after all that success last season.
To be fair, I only had one winner. Like Bridge of Spies at this meeting last season was only my second winner of the season.
Right.
So, the Devon and Cornwall season.
So look out for the rest of the season.
Fingers crossed anyway, we get a couple more.
Look, well done you, and best of luck at Paul Nichols' as well.
Thanks very much, Cornelius.
Lovely to see Connor Houlihan here, the Houlihan brothers. 3 great characters involved in national hunt racing. One brother working for Philip Hobbs and another for Gary Moore as well. And as he says, good to see the Houlihan family name continuing in the papers. And success with that horse that he bought as well for the Bealbys, Champions Hill. They've had so much success together in the past with Bridge of Spies, and now Champions Hill looks as though it will do them proud. And that is it from Fleet today, but there have been 7 races, so I think we can recap with a caption. Our captions department loves a caption, so we've got an opportunity to have a look at the results in caption form of the races. Tell you just very quickly before we go into those races that Pony Race 1 was won by 13-year-old Nicole. This is before racing. 13-year-old Nicole Connors on Poppet won the first race by, that was the 138 centimetre by 12 lengths, and then by a distance the 148 was won by the Green Monk, ridden by 12-year-old Harry Vigers. Then we got on to the Dartmoor Foxhounds Hunt member subscribers and farmers race, way back, race 1 at 2 p.m, won by Skylander. Otis Morgan, the winning rider, used to ride in pony races in these parts, and there he is, just winning the members race from Pippa Glanville on One Tree Hill and Barney Trenier on Syracuse's Dream. They're all mates, Morgans, Glanvilles, Treniers, everyone taking part in that race. Welch's as well taking part in that first race, so that was good to see, and Skylander came out on top. Honest Opinion, then, she lasted home from Quintin's Man in the restricted race, race 2 at 2:35. Darren Edwards beating Darren Andrews on that occasion. King's Key ran with credit in 3rd place, but 8 lengths the winning distance for Honest Opinion, the horse herself as honest as the day is long. Then we can move on to, as the cars go out of the car park behind, just the 2 went in the mixed open, but it was a good race anyway. Virac and Olive Nichols, that's her 7th win, beating Broad Clist in that race by 2.5 lengths. Virac, good horse, great schoolmaster for Olive, daughter of the multiple champion trainer Paul Nichols, who came on from Newton Abbot, where he had a winner. Then the intermediate race, race 4, Minimalistic. Josh Newman, 99 wins in his career in point of points for Josh on Minimalistic, who beat Steel Express and the very promising Milltown Bridge, 6 lengths and 10 lengths the distances in that intermediate race. And then we move on to races 5 and 6 on the captions, I hope. Here we are. Race 5, the Oriental Club Owner Training Conditions race, Talk of the South. A first win in point of points for Chad Bayment, riding the family horse Talk of the South. There'll be a lot of celebrations around that, I think. Talk of the South, Bayment's put a lot of effort into point of pointing, and Chad getting on the scoreboard. His brother Jake's won a few, beating Dan's Wee Man and wearing down Dan's Wee Man in the closing stages of that one. Talk of the South winning the Owner Trainer Conditions race. Then Alternative finished alone in that conditions race, race 6. Alternative, the outsider of 3, but one of his opponents, Board of Trade, fell. Everyone okay after that. And then Will Biddick on Jeremy Central pulling up in the closing stages. Alternative winning that race. And then here is the official result now for the maiden race at the end of the day. Hold on, I'm just going to cough. The final race of the day, won by number 4, Champions Hill, a first win of the season for Connor Houlihan. Champions Hill recently purchased by Connor for George Bealby as a replacement for Bridge of Spies. Good old horse they had together. And Champions Hill and Connor is now a pupil assistant for Paul Nicholls, beating Hold Me Tight. That'll be winning soon with Josh Newman. Did I say earlier on that Josh's winner was number 99 of his career, so he was looking for 100 there. And Oyster Perch ran with a great deal of promise in 3rd place in the maiden race, the Luscombe May maiden race, which rounded off proceedings for the day. And in the sunshine, as the sun just begins to go down over to the west there, and people begin to go away after a thoroughly enjoyable day, competitive racing. Hope you've enjoyed it following from afar. All the news of the live streaming, it'll be back again in a fortnight's time here at Fleet. All the details on the website, pointingdc.co.uk, and then on the various social media platforms, including Twitter and all of them, at pointingdc. You'll find news, views and entertainment all the way along the week. Plenty of hard work goes on behind the scenes, and so my thanks as always, as well as to the team who are actually on air, to Rita and Mike who run around getting information for us. We've also got Stuart and Sam operating the cameras, along with Josh and Duncan, and Ian seems to oversee the whole thing as well. So plenty of people, and I hope you agree. Some of the shots today, and I particularly love the shot from over there, from the far side of the 3rd last fence that looked back, gave you a really good idea of what was happening at that fence. Also, you could see the crowd in the distance and thousands of cars with sunshine glinting on their windscreens. And I love that other shot where we were able to get the 2nd last fence from the side, so you could really see the distances between the horses over the 2nd last, and then switch to seeing the horses jump the last and seeing what happened on the run-in. A memorable day, I think, here, particularly for the Morgan family. Otis Morgan with that double. He's got that important ride, something Milan, I can't remember, it's by Milan anyway, at Cottlestone on Monday. And we'll see you again in a fortnight's time from lovely Flete Park in South Devon. I daren't hope the weather is as good, but if it is, I'll be needing some factor, about 150. But from all of us here at Fleet, at the end of a really enjoyable day, and from the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area, this is Cornelius Lycett saying goodbye and happy Easter. See you soon.
Action pack.
Countrywide.
Everyone.
Sports for all.